I call Makepeace. She went to Red Hulk mode right away. But I told her, baby, just the other day. See, this thing works. A little bit. What's up, everybody? We're waiting on Vance, come on over. He's finishing up over there at Operation GCD. Really compelling discussion with them. I'm hanging around by myself. Drove all day. Road ain't no place for a man on his own. I don't know where to go. Welcome everybody. Yeah, we'll get Operation GCD here and hang out. I'm gonna run an old school reel. I think it was one of my first ones when I actually started putting the editing to them and stuff. I'll tell you what though, watching We'll Call Rejects and Operation GC tonight, I think there's going to be a real awakening on how close we are right now to get into where the bottom is on this twisty, turny journey that we're on. You know, I'm rhyming. Everything's got to be a rhyme now. It's a twist and turn and journey. I gotta go B flat. I can rip it in B flat. We gotta get there. Something's not right. Something ain't right here. lunch. Alright, ta-da! There we go. That's my guitar ability with the harmonica. Let's watch this really. Did Heather come in here yet? No, she's gonna wait till the end of GCD. What's up, Rochelle? You sent me some fine things today, woman, for us to look at this evening. I believe we'll probably get to all of them. We might even venture into some of the funny stuff you said. But no, seriously, the guest, what was his name, Austin, on Operation GCD was like just laughing at everything he's telling about what's going on in Idaho. He's like, that's just the playbook right there, you know. And I'll wait till I better get it in now before JJ takes over the conversation with all this data and facts. Damn those facts. But beautiful JJ, yeah, JJ's coming. That's what I said, was JJ was coming. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for being here on Friday night. I hope you had a wonderful week. You're going to have a fantastic weekend. I'm going to see to it myself today. I personally guarantee it. Now, let's start off with Colder Cover. Right here, if my audio's working, who knows? No, it's not working. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta get past this. I don't know how Usloob likes yelling at kid stuff. Mommy. Hold on, let's see here. Yeah, baby, it's Friday. We're gonna go late night here. This was all J-Day's idea, and eventually he'll be here to join us. So here. There she is. Alright, hold on. Let's see, turn this off. And then I'm gonna get started. Darn it. Hold on. This thing does not take 7 minutes. Yeah. Okay, one more try. Hold on, let's go forward. There we go. Now we can do it. Nothing works when you want it to. Ladies and gentlemen, Colder Covered, 4.5 seconds. What's Vaughn? Vaughn Hill's here. Hello. Did I say a lot, Vaughn Hill? I think I'm thinking of, I don't know what I'm thinking.
We flooded.
Ice into water and add rock salt. Salt lowers the temperature below 32 degrees by lowering the freezing point. Alright, so here we go. It's still a liquid, no problem at all. Let's hit it. Ready? Here we go. Man, that goes fast.
Hi. In a News Nation Network exclusive, area 51 veterans chosen by the government for top secret work have something in common other than their service. Now getting sick with serious health issues to
They want to see what we're made of.
Put the gun down! Put the gun down! Get down! Get down on the ground! Get on the ground! Down!
prison, they say pick out the biggest, baddest, meanest looking convict in the courtyard and kin him up. That way, the other prisoners know not to put you. Wish people would stop beating me up on their first day of prison. Yeah, I know I'm big. I look bad and mean, but I'm here for mail fraud, dude. I don't even need to fight. I only got this big because I'm stressed. Mama said the only thing bigger than my stomach was my heart.
And I'm still on edge, being so close to what two drivers that were on my left.
Walk right into it.
Well, hold on, no, you. Oh, get out, get out. Is your mom and dad home? You need to put that down. You've been playing with water. Yes, you need to sit playing with water. Where's your mom and dad? This is ridiculous.
He's the HOA president. I love this girl running from the cops. There's me. Alright. I don't know if Miss Pot stayed awake to join us tonight. It's pretty late on her terms right now. But yeah, no, great show over there, Operation GCD. I appreciate it. I'll tell you, I have a confession to make. They were nickel and diming the crap out of me driving, and I ended up with only $40 on a Friday night. I usually can make that in the first hour. So yeah, I don't know what the deal was, but I kind of figured a couple things out though. These McDonald's deliveries are great because they're ready, and you take them like a mile away. So it's like $5 for driving a mile. I'll do that all day. But yeah, it's the places that like Wingstop and stuff like that aren't really always legit ready, and you end up waiting longer than your whole delivery for the order to come out. And they're always like, "Oh yeah, it'll be 3 minutes." It's always 3 minutes. Then you got these guys out on Friday night that I don't know if they worked on their bike all week or their hot rod. Not even the hot rod now. It's all about these tuner cars. They sound like they're at Daytona drag strip. And it's like, yeah, I just want you to know I'm here on the road and I have a tiny penis. And they drive like what I don't understand about it is I've had an extreme happen to me, but you'll be driving and everybody else is keeping equal distances and driving real polite, and then you just have this one guy and he's in a Hellcat or in a Mustang, and these people, they have no idea how to drive, but they gotta like almost clip your brake light to pass you. They can't just change lanes. It's like they're drafting, and it's like, yeah, the 2 weeks of Daytona ends. Their life depends on how close you get to this car, and it's just, and then with the bike guys, it's not enough that they come rumbling up to like, it's like so loud you can hear it all the way over at Tampa Airport, and then they got the light. They got to rev that engine again, just to let you know they're there. And, there is all kinds of laws to limit the amount of decibels. But the bikers are like, oh, well, that way they people know we're there and they don't hit us, which is fine to a point, but they push it. What am I talking about? Oh, yeah, that's what she said. All right, let's look at some of the Rochelle stuff, you guys, here while waiting for Operation Jizade. Tornado, who knows? Let's get the logos up. All right. What was the first one here? Actually, I got it. I guess, okay, that reel was in February. And I think February is when we had our first ghost visit from Operation GCD. And, yeah, I turned that. You know what? While we're waiting, I'll go ahead and play the end part, because I really like it. If any of you missed it, stick around at least for this here. I felt like it was pretty good. Put a little work into it. It's getting easier now. I found a couple different sites that they'll renew your credits every month, and then one of them has unlimited credits to do these AI videos and pictures and stuff. So it makes it a little more fun because you can experiment with different ideas. And the prompts are it's called a prompt, what you want the picture or video to do. So you describe, I want Darth Vader. That would be a fun thing to do. We could do that. Here, first I'll run the reel, and then we'll take a look at one of these sites. JJ likes doing that stuff too. Let's see here. I never remember what month it is here. Alright. It's going to play it. Alright, I'm just going to fast forward it to the song chord. Let's see where that started here. About right. I think it's about right here-ish. And of course, we can't see. This is the first one here. Now, this is where my prompt. You have to be careful with the prompts. There's Jenn. What's up? Where the prompt will take it. So I use this picture here for the beginning prompt, and then here I'll show you the picture that I used for the end prompt. And I guess I wasn't clear enough that I wanted to be the same person, or I think AI just has a mind of its own sometimes, and it just runs with stuff. And the more you hold on, where's that picture? There, one of these. Let's see, which one is it in here? Yeah. Well, anyway, something like this basically was the end prompt. And so you'll see here, let me get the audio back up though first. Heather loves to watch me fail. I don't know what it is about me being down in the dirt. Tonka trucks all the way from the west coast as you can get. Now, is that? Oh wait, not that one. This one. Yep. Okay. All right. So you'll see. This was the original kind of picture, and it was Koberger, and then it became. I'll show you what it became here. It became this. I don't know who that guy is. He's got like his PE shorts on. He's ready to go play some hoops. I don't know. Go pass that. Right there. I'm surprised he doesn't have a whistle hanging down from his edge. But this is like kind of what it started as. One of those. They didn't, and whatever. So that's AI for you. What are you doing there? So here, I'll just play this while JJ Vance, not the vice president, puts his makeup on. Here we go.
Oh shit.
Now we have it in Super Live.
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride, you're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king, breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking it by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow.
Alright, let me start with that one if we're going to talk about this stuff. Just for shits and giggles. So the prompt I put into this one was the Jeep goes over the cliff. Where am I? Hold on. Where'd I go? Where's Kane? You couldn't go like Kane. I'm upside down. I get upside down. I have such ADHD, I guess. Okay. And that was the prompt, was over the cliff, and so I guess the Jeep rose over the cliff. Now this image was a combined, obviously, with the one. Well, let me see if I can get it back up here. Hold on. Go back. No, I won't go back. Hold on.
Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down.
So obviously that's the image of me, right? Now it went forward on its own.
Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down.
And then that was the one that Audrey C. DNA had put with Hippopotamus, and it was supposedly Barbie, Heather as Barbie. And this is what, you got, I don't know. Sometimes it's better than others. Now, that Steve G one that you see here, this has got to be the best AI adaptation of anything. He even gave Steve muscles. Yeah, what's up, Mittens for Kittens? I want to find that one with the Mittens for Kittens thing in it with Charlie Day. That was a good one. But yeah, I mean, if you didn't know any better, you would think that that's a real video of them, right? I would, anyway. It fooled me, so let me see if we can go back. I won't go back again. Being stubborn. Hold on.
He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm.
See, look at that. I mean, that's just from a picture, though. So you got to admit it's pretty good. Look at Steve's arm. He's got like veins popping out. So if he sees this, he'll probably like it.
Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in?
Now that dream that I had with Kaylee in the grocery store the other day, her hair was, this is one of the few pictures I've seen with her with fully blonde hair, but her hair, like when she came like around the register at the grocery store in this dream, and I was just checking out, and there she was, her hair was literally golden, glowing, golden. But this is the blondest I've ever seen her.
Find the truth or just disappear in the air.
Those pictures are from one of those Facebook pages. Somehow they always keep popping up new pictures of Kaylee and Maddie and Xana and stuff.
Here's my bubble gum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix.
I don't know what happened here. This couple definitely had a lawsuit on somebody, because I've never heard of a jet ski exploding like this. One minute you're like, hi, Mom, Dad.
Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the Purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the Purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B, the Purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go?
So this is another. Am I in frozen shock, guys? Am I still alive? Hello. I think JJ Operation GCD was trying to come in here. Let me check on his status. JJ, are you with us? He's muted right now. He wasn't coming through on video, but I didn't have him at the top. Let me roll him on up there. Bump, bump, bump. There he is. Okay. Sorry about that, JJ. Alright. And yeah, he's been a hard-working man tonight. And I'm excited to get him on the program here. So yeah, this one's another example right here of doing, multiple takes on that Jeep. I'm gonna do one next where the Jeep is driving. Maybe we'll do that live here in a minute. You need 7 more minutes? Okay. I'll run another video. I'm kind of doing throwbacks to my old videos. What happened with nothing? What did I miss? I'm gonna be a grandmom. I thought you were making fun of the G's. A G mom. Congratulations! I became what's an uncle, and then it's a great uncle. I just became a great uncle again, twice in 1 year. I got another. They didn't even tell me my niece was pregnant. So anyway. Okay, so that's that one. Let's finish out this song. I have another point to make.
Bees in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth to just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but
I
don't
totally want that
forget,
thing.
I'm bringing humor.
I used to dream about exactly that. Like, I'd be able to spy on my neighbors, and you could have BB guns for machine gun. Oh, man. Anyway, we're going all out tonight.
All spinning round.
Now, this one, I wanted to point out a couple things. First of all, let me move JJ. There is AI JJ on the top left corner. Let me rewind this if I can. Hold on. Let me see if I can catch it a little earlier.
R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor. I'm bringing the sound, but this case got us all spinning round.
Oh, wow, that's weird. Okay, wait.
R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor. I'm bringing the sound, but this case got us all spinning round.
Ah, shit. I had it.
Find the truth to just disappear in the air. It's got us all spinning round.
Darn it, I had it.
R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget, I'm bringing humor. I'm bringing the sound, but this case got us all spinning round.
I can't catch it. Anyway, so this becomes JJ top left corner, and then this becomes the count. 1, 2, 3. This because I'd taken it. This was the first show. This is the thumbnail from the first show that Operation GCD was on the Purge, and then so I was trying to pull stuff out of this, and this was the whatever news that Scott Green was on. Obviously, I cloned him, and so there's the count from Sesame Street, I guess, what he would look like. And then there's JJ, what JJ would look like in real life.
KB with the truth is hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. KB with the truth is hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
I love it, Megs. Oh, we're not doing this Purge thing tonight again, are we? You know what I figured out? And I feel like I have some control over YouTube now with it. What my goals are. And by doing, and let me tell you, I got a great story for you tonight. By doing these little pop-up lives where, you know, in the beginning there was like 1,500 views, people thought it was pop-up live in Idaho, whatever. So I've changed it to pop-up live now. That way that alleviates the confusion, hopefully, but people still enjoy the real estate tours, looking at the houses. And but by doing those, my lives now are getting fewer views. But it's like literally like the core 500 people of our group, which I love. I want new people to come in, join in, that's fine. And so what I have to do every time I do a pop-up live driving around on my deliveries or whatever, I have to work my way back up into the algorithm because people don't get notified. And I even check in my alt accounts, you know, like Not Kane B and stuff like that, to see where I am, and I'm buried way down. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And so I feel like by doing that, I don't know. It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag, obviously, right? But I enjoy these smaller chats with everybody. So you know, I'm probably gonna keep that up for a little while. Anyway, that's fun. Okay, so Operation GCD is still operating, and he'll be back with us in a minute. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to the phones. Fuck it. I've got that. That's the one we want. And I was like, what is that guitar back there? Let me make me smaller. Give somebody a seizure here. Yeah, because for a while I was like, that's weird. Why are my lives getting so fewer views? And then I was like, oh. And so it coincided with it perfectly. I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of okay with it. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, obviously most people are like, yeah, you want to get a lot of views. I don't give a shit. Like, especially today, like, unfortunately Lucy Morningstar is here. I can't get rid of her. But Rochelle's here. We got Nothing and, you know, Meg P's and I love Tina's and all you folks here. And welcome in. Username. I know your password, by the way. It's password. So, okay, so the story before I get to all this business, what was I going to do anyway? I've had a headache all day. I can't, it's got Excedrin written all over it. So I was doing the deliveries tonight, and speaking of the pop-up lives, I wanted to do one, but it was night already, you know, and driving around at night and the phone, everything's blurry. Well, so I take a delivery over to 21st Avenue, and it's literally it's on Trotter over there. One is on one end of Trotter, and the other delivery is right there. So it's like an easy $15, just a mile, 2 miles away from my house and from the restaurant. And so I get there and I drop them off, and I kind of sometimes get lost leaving these terrace neighborhoods and Bardmore and stuff like that. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna turn this fucking light on. It's driving me crazy. Hold on. So I swear to you, they were nickel and diming me to death tonight. Like I said. And I was like, oh, you know, it's almost worth just going lives on the YouTubes and seeing what happens there. This is just too messy. Alright, we're getting rid of that. Sorry.
Is this the Purge?
Okay. Boom. That should do it. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. The moose outside should have told you that. What's up, JJ? How you doing, sir?
Is this the Purge? We purge?
Why do I hear? I see you and I hear you. I see the thing moving, but I don't. My audio's all whacked out. Hold on, let me see what I can do here. My computer went into...
I apologize for my tardiness, sir. I see we've had some technical difficulties.
Whatever update mode.
Are you cloning me?
Siren mode. Okay, well, that'd be a good one. The Burbs.
Let me jump out and
JJ,
jump back in.
Would be a good one. Maybe I unplugged my headphones. Have I got the wrong ones on? No. Hold on. Yeah, I can't hear me, you, nothing. It's not you. You're probably going through the app just fine. What's up, Leia23? How you doing? I see you. Thanks for being patient, guys. I appreciate you waiting. I cannot hear myself. I cannot hear JJ. Let me.
Is this thing on?
Hold on. I'm gonna stay right where you are, JJ. And I'm gonna come right back out. Okay. JJ, are you there? Wow, my sound card. The update ruined my sound card. Oh no. I can't hear a thing you're saying now. Let me see if there's anything I can do. That's wild. I'm sorry, guys. Wait. Let me see if I play a video or something. If it'll do. My bad. I know you can hear me. I just cannot hear JJ. Let me see if I have any sound whatsoever at all. Here, I'm going to unplug my mic here to test my speaker sound. And, let's see.
Can you hear me now?
Who's that? Mod Tricker? We'll do Mod Tricker. He's cool.
You want to jump out and jump back in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can hear the sound. I can hear sound. That's weird. For some reason, no JJ. Let me try one more, get rid of JJ, and bring back JJ. Sorry, JJ. Alright, let's see here. Browser. I'm going to go there. Hold on. I can do this. That's probably all it was. And he should be back in about 1.27 seconds here. Hold on. Where is it? Okay, hold on. Firefox. We're gonna do a lot of things tonight if I can just get my ass together here. I have already twice. Let me turn this on, turn that on, copy the link, put it over here. I can't hear myself, so that makes me wonder if I'm actually hear JJ. Hold on. Okay. Okay, now we got it. And let's see here. Okay, whenever JJ, you'll have to come back, JJ. This is what. Oh, I wonder if it's my output. If I need to change to put an output or something. Maybe let me try that audio output. Yeah, updates are always weird. Isn't that weird? What? Okay, hold on. There we go. I like that. Okay, and now I still can't hear myself. I haven't seen JJ come back yet. I'll give him the link here just in case. So he doesn't have to go digging back in his email. And there we are. Nothing. You're welcome to come up too, or anybody that wants to come up and talk. We haven't heard from you in a long time. There it is, JJ. Something went wacky on my sound card. Hold on. I'm gonna test it out and unplug my. Well, let's see if we get feedback here. It's weird. No feedback. There should be feedback right now. Huh. This is nuts. Wow. Thanks, Microsoft. Let me see. Default. Control room. OBS. Everything's on, dude. This is wild. Let's go back to headphones again. Default. Headphones. Let me see. Where is JJ over here? Big microphone. And then headphones. Samson. Headphones. Okay. Does that help? Let me see. Is JJ back yet? Hold on. Let's see here. I don't know. This might be falling apart. Just might have been too late to push it because I don't know. Inbound in 3.5 minutes. Okay, I'll hold it. This is driving me crazy not being able to hear myself though. I like to hear my voice so I know where I'm at least. Not that I can stand listening to myself. Let's see here. What is the thing where the thing app and volume manage sound devices? It's all crackly too. It's weird. Something's going on here. What is it? I might have to dump this one, guys. I'm upset though. I really am. Let's see. What if this doesn't? Yeah. Shucks. Stupid, dumb. I'm gonna have to go into the control panel here, I guess. I'm gonna have to probably delete the update that they did. Windows features. Where turn Windows feature. View installed updates. Here we go. Let's see if we can get rid of this stupid. They've been bugging me to put this stupid update in. What's the date today? 5/24. It was a security update, and it ruined my audio. So let's get rid of that. They've been bugging me.
Sir.
Oh, there we go. I hear you now. I can't hear me.
Can you hear me now?
You're coming through double. Hold on, there's probably an echo. Hold on, wait.
Are you cloning me again?
How were you coming through double? That was weird. Oh, because of audio capture. Wait, let me see if I get rid of the audio output. If you're still there. Dun, 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 dun. Yep, you're still there. Cool. All right, awesome. We're gonna purge on.
Is this the purge?
You found the correct place, sir. Yeah, no, I've been, dry. I was gonna tell a story. You're like this. I didn't.
Is it an ex-girlfriend story, or is it a story brought to us by our sponsors, Chocolate Payday? Here's the purge.
It's gonna have to be brought to you by Payday because there's no girlfriends involved in this one. I'll try to work in a girlfriend story somehow, but I just realized that I've never banged in the back seat of my present car.
I don't know that I need to know that, but all right, let's go with that.
I was just about to text Trish to get in here. I was like, where did Trish go? So, it's getting... Thanks for asking how I'm doing. It's getting hot now.
And I apologize for my tardiness. I saw you in the chat at my show this evening on Fridays, and I hope you and other folks on the interwebs enjoyed it. I know I certainly did. That Austin Wade Picard was even blowing my brain hole up on some of these subjects around...
Can you believe it, dude? I'll be honest with you. Can you hear me? You can hear me, right?
I'm telling you, dude, I got a lot of details, dude, but that dude's got a lot of details as well. I'm going to have another conversation with him in the future for sure.
Definitely, and it was just blowing my mind every time.
Oh, man.
You were saying shit, he just started laughing because it's just like the same MO that we see all over, and he was just like, here we go again. You know, and
yeah, I mean, he and I got lost in so many tangents because one of my main goals was trying to get into the Iran-Contra Idaho Contra comparisons, and I was like, and again, I don't discount anything in the conversation at all. It was a great conversation, but it is interesting towards the end. We put a pin in that portion for a future convo, but he's reaching he's pointing out these same things I've been pointing out regarding Iran-Contra never stopped, and these things are wrapping up under new names and pointing out all the same things. So no, I thought it was fantastic.
He was right there with you, man, and I only tuned in at the end. Let me tell you what happened on one of my last deliveries there. So I go up to 21st Ave or 121st, and I go back and I'm doing the thing, and I'm on Trotter, and I drop 2 off pretty much on the same street, right? So I get a little bit lost, and I'm trying to get back on Almerton there, and all of a sudden I see this cop, and he's blocking the traffic signal from turning left.
They're looking for you.
And then I saw 5 of them, and I was this close to doing one of my little pop-up lives, where I drive around and film the cops, arresting people and shit. And I literally decided, no, I need to make real people money today and do my job, and I'm going to wait. Unfortunately, right before, I literally would have been holding the camera as 5 squad. And so that wasn't all. So I look back into the neighborhood that I just came from, and they're going boom, 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 boom. There was a serious fugitive situation here, and
We're talking ICE. We're talking feds.
It was Pinellas County Sheriffs. It was Pinellas County Sheriffs, which if you've seen any of my lives, where they're basically right next door to my house. This was within a mile, all happening right in this. It's low income housing. It's like Section 8, and the seriously low income housing, and I was on the outskirts. My delivery was to really nice houses, but like right on, it's like you have the dividing line right there, and so they're on the main drag, blocking off all the roads, and I'm stopped at the traffic light, and I keep doing the one main thing that I didn't do the pop-up live tonight for originally was because I'm like, man, I keep doing these pop-up lives right when JJ starts his show, and everybody comes in here like, what are you doing? JJ's out right now, but I'm like, well, I had a nostalgic moment. Or something happened or whatever, And so I decided not to do it. And then they got the ghetto bird flying over, and so I get to the light at Seminole, going back to the restaurant area, and then there's 10 more squad cars hauling at. This could have been like the Idaho 4 of Largo, Florida. Just a straight up, all out, butts out situation, and I'm like, yeah, I got
a Miami alien situation popping off in Tampa, or was this just an immigration situation, or maybe an officer down? What are we talking?
I was tempted to
Someone
start
stole some chocolate paydays.
There might have been a crate of chocolate paydays, but there was no report taken.
That sounds like the appropriate response for a stolen crate of chocolate paydays.
I was tempted to just pull to the side of the road and get out and park and walk around, because if I was driving around doing the live and a cop pulled up, there's a ticket right there. And so
let's not do. You don't need to be jamming things up or jamming yourself up in that process.
Well,
right?
I wanted to get in on the action, and so I was like, man, this is really hot. I don't know. I don't know what I passed up on, but it was certainly wild. And of course,
it sounds pretty wild. I think you've already in on the action by inserting yourself as the number 1 suspect in that one murder case down there.
Oh, dude, I had a dream about that, because I swear to you, dude, I meant to tell you, my friend Ricky lived next door to Miss Swan's house, the art director that was murdered. Her and her husband were stabbed. Yep. And when I used to pick him up, and we'd drive around and smoke before going to Clearwater High School. And I would pick him up, and he was probably 2 doors down. So I had a dream where I was talking to him, and I'm like, come on, man, you did that Miss Swan thing. And he's like, oh, the art teacher lady? And it was weird. I was like trying to get him to confess to it or something. Like, he was just that kind of like Rick the Dick, we used to call him, I wouldn't be surprised if he was involved. That's one of the things that drew me in.
You might want to go ahead and call that him in and get some heat off your back.
I will, dude. I'll be I'll be throwing names out if she puts me to the wall. No, but you know, after watching you guys tonight, it really made me realize that with all the insight that you've given us, how far we've pulled away from the pack as far as where this is coming from and what this is all about. And it's not, I don't think we're tin hattish at all. And I think people are really picking up on it. These new channels, this new guy, the whole guy or whatever, the tunnel guy, and all these guys, they're doing hoax stuff, you know, on our ideas. And it'll be funny looking back to see how many paydays you've actually eaten on the show. But
sadly, I'm still working on the same payday from earlier. I talked for 3 hours on my show. I didn't have any payday times.
You know what's hard about doing deliveries is, let me tell you, one of my first stops was at Wingstop. And they're never ready at Wingstop. And it smells so good, you're just like, the diet. Who needs the diet? You know, because another thing I'm trying to do is get off these seed oils. And I haven't eaten anything seed oil related. And I feel like it's really just helped my overall health.
For sure, dude. You know, I can break that down for you real fast. That's because you're decreasing inflammation in your body caused by those seed oils. So you're doing some good stuff there. I like your avoidance of type 2 diabetes activities, and I do agree with you that most folks are wrapped up in the magic show of this case, and I'm always happy to discuss the details and whatnot, but I'm also equally as happy to discuss the implications and parapolitical aspects that are weighing heavily on this case, right?
Well, let me see. Here's what kind of sealed it for me, is we've kind of known that there's a good chance that your dog's going to eat that whole damn thing.
Was this what sealed it for you? Was your love for chocolate paydays?
Let me finish that point, because, okay, so you're going to all these restaurants, and you have all these opportunities to eat French fries and ice cream and all this stuff. And, you know, at any time I can just stop and get myself a half gallon or a gallon of Bluebell ice cream or something like that. And I'm just like, you know what?
You throw in a little Ben and Jerry's, now you're talking my language, friend.
Ooh, yeah, Cherry Garcia might work. But anyway, I'm not going to do it. Because once you break that initial sugar crave, it's like, yeah, carrots and hot dogs or sausage or meatloaf will fill me up just the same. And so I'm replacing the sweets with, I just do a whole can of vegetables. And it's just like, yeah, that's fine. I'm over it now, so hopefully the pounds start melting away. Anyway, but yeah, it's a tough thing. But on the case, we've had a long discussion about whether or not
the case of the chocolate paydays, or the case of the stolen chocolate paydays.
That's right. I forgot about the no report taken situation.
No, go ahead. I'll stop being a jackass and interrupt you. Go ahead, sir.
It's all right. You put in the hours tonight. I appreciate your hard work. Thanks for being here. I'll let it slide this time, so to speak. All right. So anyway, what do you call it? We've talked about how possibly these students, who I guess we would classify them as Gen Z or millennial, right? At this point, that are attached to their phones from the age of 2, or tablet or computer or whatever, right? And we've pretty much come to the conclusion that there's at least 30 people outside of the house by 9 a.m. Now, throw in...
I think it'd be safe to say that most of that block, if not most of that side of town, knew something by 9 a.m.
Well, you throw in now with this video that they've obviously covered up, the 13 missing seconds of the sheriff's car driving by the Linda Lane dumpster cam. If you guys haven't seen that, I played it a couple videos back. I'll look for it if you'd like. But anyway, so you have the sheriff, the Latah County Sheriff's car, speeding by Taylor Avenue. So the only two options he has is Queen Road or Walenta, right? That's at 7:30 a.m. And then conveniently the Linda Lane cam goes out. They weren't expecting the 1112 footage, I guess it was, to pick it up. And so they shot themselves in the foot right there. And so where I'm going with all this, JJ, is now I really, really believe and I really see the clear picture. Whereas they're like, okay, we've been here since 7:30. Now we have the fake 911 call at noon.
Yup.
And
there you go.
We're already in uniform. We might as well just pretend like we're doing an investigation here. And so you go over there and start counting rocks. You go out there and measure those tire tracks that have been there for 6 months. You go put your handprint on the window, and you move this Jack in the Box. I mean, it's literally going through the motions because they already had everything because they were there for 5 hours previously, and then you have an extension. This is why they never worried about.
Not only had they already been there, they never cared to know who the actual culprits were as well. So that's an equally as important factor.
Well, I'm certain they know exactly who the culprits are.
No, somebody does. These compartmental efforts, they know of said culprits. They may not know who the exact identity is, but they're aware of what occurred up in like a James Fry.
Let me ask you a question,
right?
as an ex-military police officer. Okay,
how dare you, sir?
This is a serious question.
I was a senior non-commissioned officer. I was enlisted, man.
Military police officer.
Sergeant.
Military police sergeant, whatever. It's still an officer. Yes, it's a police officer.
How dare you,
sir? Yes, sir.
I'm just giving you shit. What's your question?
I don't know what the fuck I was saying now.
You wanted my opinion on this response?
No. Let me give you my question first.
Yes, sir.
You did that job.
You're holding a payday like I'm a hostage victim.
Son of a bitch.
In an Al Qaeda video.
Don't kill the payday. Abner's sitting there drooling right now too. You've just been toying with him this whole night. No, as a military police officer, you would walk into situations, and there would be people that were, say, drunk or hiding something. Would you say that you were pretty good at getting a story out of the people, the witnesses that were there?
As far as
finding out what the fuck went on and seeing being able to cut through the bullshit after how many years were you a military police sergeant? Master sergeant?
I did 20 years. I did 17 total in the military police.
So I'm going to assume after a certain amount of years, everything was old hat. You more or less knew what was going on the second you got there. You just needed people to tell you that, and you're just like, you had a way of being able to get the story out of people, especially the younger kids. Oh. The younger kids will spout off at the mouth the second they see a figure of authority, right? And especially when you put any kind of pressure on them. So my point being is that in this case, they walked in, and whether they were involved or not, that's whole nother ball of yarn. They walked in, and they were able to assimilate what exactly the hell happened. And that story did not fit with what needed to be, with what protected the university, what protected the town, what protected the whole interest. And so they created this whole other thing and then just went through the motions of it. And this is, I'll put my channel on.
I think that's an accurate
I'm waiting on your response.
What we see there, right? Oh, go ahead. I apologize.
No, I said I'll put my channel on your responses. Yeah, that's more or less exactly how it would have gone down if I was in this situation. And whether
I think that's an accurate assessment of what we see. And what relative to this sheriff's department car that is apparently seen on video, right? And this parent footage, again, where is the sheriff involved in any of these things? It's difficult for me to imagine that the largest crime and homicide situation in the state would pop off in the sheriff's jurisdiction, regardless if it's within the corporate confines of the city of Moscow, which they probably have an agreement, a written agreement, nothing set in stone, but a written agreement that Moscow will have lead jurisdiction in matters and within their corporate jurisdiction, and they won't ask for the sheriff, or the sheriff won't intercede unless asked. But ultimately speaking, both of these parties report to the prosecutor's office, so all of that's kind of nonsense. So at some point in time, the sheriff decided, because he was in the first press conference, right? But I don't think we see him again after November 16th, do we?
He was in hiding. He went to go fishing, I think. Actually, another weird anomaly you may not have heard is both the sheriff, or wait, I think it's both Payne, the sheriff, and Chief Fry were fishing and hunting at the time of the crime.
Maybe they were fishing and hunting each other's body cavities. I don't buy that story at all. But so we have the sheriff in this huge crime, and again, I don't care about what agreements are made. And again, the prosecutor's technically in charge, old Bill Thompson.
Yeah, right.
I was trying not to laugh.
I broke you, bro. I broke you.
You did. I was trying to keep cruising.
You were trying to keep purging. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and then it's strange credulity to believe this man was not at that home, was not involved in any regard. And then later, what I see it as is you described this whole, response, and then later, fake, 911 call replay, because the first one, despite it being, I'm sure, recorded, they were like, we can't release this one. We're going to need something more amenable to the circumstances of ever releasing. And despite, it don't make any sense, schizo in, schizo out. But I find it hard to believe, it's strange credulity, again, if you will, that the sheriff is not involved with this at all. It seems like he was, again, evidenced by a deputy's car being picked up on camera there early that morning, and then later distanced himself. Like, if you watch the November 16th press conference, the first one, 3 days after the murder, which in and of itself is bizarre, to not have a press conference and wait 3 days. Again, all of this was probably by design and planned out, but nonetheless coordinated. But the idea that the sheriff, he kind of stands off to the side, if I recall correctly, and then after that, you just don't even hear or see from the sheriff. And again, these folks are familiar with large-scale crimes. That crime I described earlier with Chuck Palahniuk, the writer of Fight Club's dad, who was murdered in Latell County in 1999, which I'm going to dig into that case more, because obviously, I have questions surrounding the coroner and prosecutor's office of Latell County to see if they even got the right guy. But nonetheless, that was the sheriff's department on that one, and those guys are still around. The lead detective on that is the chief deputy over there in Latell County. So, and obviously there's some sort of beef between the sheriff and James Fry. Fry.
Here's my opinion on that press conference: is they really tried to make it appear as if it was a very strong, united front. You not only had the sheriff, you had Fry, you had Green, and you also had Thompson. And Thompson
you
literally
also had Lanier too, right? Captain Roger Lanier of Moscow PD, was he not present?
Yeah, he even spoke, I believe. That wouldn't be a bad one to watch. Well, Heather, can we get a link to that?
I think he spoke at the second one, because James Small Fry was like, I can't do crowds. And then after the third press conference, I think it was on about November 23rd, they were like, look, no more press. Fuck all. They took the Hitler approach. Go fuck yourselves. And then they did no more press conferences, and then they're like, you know what, we'll do one-on-one sessions, but send us the questions.
But it did seem that at that first press conference that I don't know if it was maybe to give the air of security or what to the people, but it was very much like all of law enforcement is ready, and I'm sure you had feds in there and all kinds of people.
Yeah, and the sheriff didn't look happy, did he? He's like, fuck these assholes. That's what I'm saying. By day 3, the sheriff was already ready to distance himself from whatever the fuck's going on here.
That's a great observation. I just thought he was a dickhead, but I'm sure that's part of it.
I have no doubt that he is. That's probably an accurate statement, sir. But whether or not this man is, let's not go over personality conflicts necessarily. And this guy, he may be the best option they have in Moscow as far as law enforcement.
Look at the choices that you have over there.
Yeah, you got this dickhead and this dickhead and this dickhead and I'm looking at that press conference. I apologize. I'm narrating a screen that you can't see. That's nothing worth watching or listening to.
Oh, do you want to share that?
I don't. If I will, though.
Is it It's not midget porn, is it? It's, as long as it,
Well, technically it is. James Fry's at the stand. He's a little fellow, right?
yeah, no, put a link or something for me on it. I'll play it. Here, I'd like to look at that right now. Actually, just from speaking, but fast forward though.
Keep your pants on, Kane. Keep your pants on. I was actually watching the second one.
Desk.
Let me find the first one.
I don't know what happened to Jen. We had her in the chat there, and then the show went kabonkos.
Yeah, nice.
So hopefully, I don't know.
I've been keeping her updated on the purges she's been missing there. I've been sending her some DMs there on Twixter, letting her know that, the notes of the purge. And by notes, I mean you didn't miss anything. We mostly talked about food.
From here on out, we talk about grapefruit and peaches, bananas. You ever try to put a banana in a juicer before? I just throw away the instructions when I get a new appliance or whatever. Who needs that? And then the first thing I want to do is to have some banana juice. And
sure.
so, you put it in the juicer, you're mashing it in there, and nothing's good. Turns out, banana's kind of a dry fruit as it is. So, you just end up eating hey, there you are, Jen. Let me do the link for Jen so she can get up here and talk her brain hole off. I know she's got a lot to share with us tonight. I meant to go look at her page there. And when you get in here, let me put the echo off for you. That's all. Oh, let me turn it off for JJ just out of... I don't know why the echo doesn't affect you. You seem to be...
Well, I'm unaffected by a lot of things in life.
Yeah,
as
you're
long as
like
you don't
bulletproof.
start cloning me, we're going to be good here, sir.
You are immune to it for some reason. There's audio settings.
I'm largely immune to a lot of things.
That's good. We're glad to have you. We don't want you to win those a Darwin Award or anything.
I'll do that. I'm sending you the link right now. This isn't the press conference. It's labeled as November 16th, but this is not the press conference I was picturing. It might just be a different camera angle is all I'm concerned about. But yeah, so we got the ISP Colonel Willis. We got James Smallfry. We got I'm here. Again, I'm a little brain fried apparently. Here I am narrating again a video no one else can see. There's the link for it.
Brain fried. Hold on. Okay, there it is.
Dude, you can see that's what I'm saying, dude. I was writing a lot this afternoon because I got a couple shows this weekend coming up. I got doing a couple shows tomorrow, and I got my show on Sunday where I'm doing Operation GCD Sundays. So, I've been busy writing all day, and then I did the show this evening. I'm just saying I'm running a little low on fuel there in the old brain hole. But
listen,
there's a link to that.
I just cloned your link.
There you go. And I'm not saying I'm bailing. I'm by all means, I'm happy to purge. And look, if we're purging, I got a 2:00 show tomorrow, Kane, with Ryder Lee talking some Virginia Giuffre, Jeffrey Epstein stuff.
Oh.
Ryder's very sharp, host of Raised by Giants. But what I'm saying is, if we're still purging here at noon, that's when I'm throwing in the towel, or maybe 1:00. But I got a 2:00 show.
I love your dedication, bro. I'm hoping I can make it another hour. Okay. Oh, this was the first one. Oh, I was picturing the other one where they were in that big windowed room. That's what I thought you were talking about.
No, we're picturing the same one. So I'm finding this one, and it's labeled as November 16th, right? But this ain't the November 16th press conference.
Man, we used to watch these over and over. But let's go ahead and wouldn't you like to take a look back real quick?
Chief Fry.
Let's do it.
I'm Scott Green, president of the University of Idaho, and
because I remember literally watching this live.
Here we go. I got the News Nation's got the original. I don't know what this press conference is. I've never seen this one. And Coomer Scott Green looks dumber than usual. That's all I'm saying. But
he put the extra dumb grease on.
We can watch this one. I don't want to interrupt you. I found the original one you and I were both referencing, and there it is.
I'm going to keep this one open. What's the date on the one I'm about to open, though?
The News Nation one is dated on...
Welcome back. I'm Nicole Burley. Let's
Kane,
break in
right
yelling? Now to this press conference in Moscow, Idaho.
It's dated December 30th.
December 30th.
It's got that... Oh, so this press conference... Okay, so we're conflating press conferences. I'm glad we're looking back. So this press conference is the press conference on December 30th that you and I were just talking about picturing in our brain holes. That's the arrest of Brian Kohberger. The first one I sent you is the first press conference.
Somebody's asking me what I changed about my diet. Is that me? That you're asking? Because I literally have taken ice cream was a big problem. and sugar out. I'm doing honey now in my espresso, which I've switched over to espresso. I think it's got my heart grape up all the time, and so I'm definitely burning more calories. And then I'm using the stairs, and like I said, I'm gonna start hitting the track and start trying to bust a mile, 2 miles, and before you know it, like I was saying, we've hit the hot time here in Florida again, but it's not that oppressive heat yet. So it's warm, but you're not like dying, the second you stop at a stoplight or walk outside. So, but I have taken measures to combat the heat. Now, this is a mix of prime and orange drink. And so this is how, you kind of beat the heat around here and you get all jacked up without anything illegal.
When I feel overheated, Kane, I like to dip into a cool, refreshing chocolate payday.
You're gonna get a case of payday bars delivered to your house. You got to start doing that on GCD too.
The chocolate payday bit, okay.
So anyway, before we get started here, fast forward to 2025 now, 2.5 years later. And you have a completely faltering prosecution built on a house of lies. The cards are literally crumbling one by one, and it's getting closer and closer to the center. And they're now hitting the panic button so hard that it's literally broken down to a nub, and the panic button itself is stabbing them in the hands. And they're just gonna, pew, pew, they're gonna be firing at each other in so many different directions. We're not gonna know which way is up.
I think they are hitting the panic button. Yeah, I mean, they're like, I think it's easy to look at these, especially matters such as this, as one monolithic effort. But I think when shit hits the fan, folks start questioning their
allegiances.
Activities. They start. There you go. I was looking for that word. They start questioning their allegiances.
I like finishing
There was a word earlier that I couldn't. There was a word earlier I couldn't think of, and then I thought of it like randomly midway through my show. I'm like, oh, that's right, Samsonite. I'm like, what an asshole.
Samsonite.
So,
would you lose your luggage at the airport?
Yeah, no, it wasn't Samsonite, but
there's a job nobody wants, right? The guy who is the lost luggage guy for the airline. Like, everybody comes in and be like, let me guess. And they're like, yeah, no, we lost your bag, but don't worry, we're going to have it delivered to your hotel room. Here's a bag of all the essentials that you need. You're like, oh, good. I don't know why I meticulously packed my suitcase when I could have just had this little tiny Ziploc bag of essentials. Apparently there's housing and transportation and love wrapped up in that little toothbrush that you're giving me,
oh, dude, you're getting me fired up about traveling and hotels and airlines. I can't stand any of these things. Like, I haven't flown on a civilian aircraft, or disregard any aircraft for that matter, since 2018.
Have you flown in a jet, a military jet?
Well, I flap my arms real fast and I start flying everywhere, Kane. No, I've flown in, not in a jet. I've flown in plenty of cargo aircraft. But I used to fly all the time. The airline industry got so bad, like you're describing. I can't deal with that kind of nonsense. It's just, dude, twice I went to Vegas, not for partying. This is for work. The Air Force largely still owns Vegas. Nellis Air Force Base sits up there in Old Vegas on the north end, and they got all the training stuff and whatnot around outside of town. But I was in there 2 different times, dude. 3 times. 2 different times, 3 days on ground both times. Never got my luggage, dude. They just shipped it back to DC. I'm like, these assholes. And it's only gotten worse since then. So I can't deal with any of that stuff.
Yeah, it's bad.
I'll drive, dude. I will drive there or flap my arms fast enough to get there, other than take an airliner.
Well, I am not going to fly to Idaho. I'm not going to drive. It's too much. No, I'm going to take. I think it's.
You're going the Lewis and Clark route.
Airlines.
You're taking the Missouri River up the with a canoe, huh?
Listen, I would like to stop in Moscow at some point. I have to go do Moscow because we're going to do that. What is that thing that me and Swizz are doing? The
Randonautica.
Nosferatu. Randonautica.
I have no idea what it is, but I do remember the name.
You don't know what Randonautica is still?
I watched a video you posted of it, but I still couldn't tell you no, sir.
You watched the video? Okay, so anyway, back to now.
Yes.
It's gonna be there will be blood. There you know, I was listening to that song today. It's one of my favorite songs.
Metaphorically speaking, there'll be blood. There'll also be chocolate paydays to cheer you up with there's blood, so
just patch it with a payday.
Yeah. You don't need you need a Band-Aid? You don't need a Band-Aid. You need a chocolate payday,
Patch
my
it.
friend.
You don't need a Band-Aid. Patch it with a payday. You can, dude, I see the whole
here's
campaign right there.
You feel up by eating the payday, and then the wrapper serves as a bandage.
Wow, that's multi-use. I like that. Okay, all right, trying to get comfortable here. So yeah, back to the girlfriend
shit
stories.
is gonna get wild, right? Shit is
It's
right now.
It's about
positioned get
to,
real wild.
and we've waited because most of us in here, most of the names I see right now are well aware of the shenanigans that have been going on since day one. You know, Heather probably the most of all of us smelled the bullshit right away.
Princess of Darkness.
She literally had to convince me. There was a point where I was like, "Oh, it's not looking good for him."
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good. You can interject anytime.
No, I was just saying the Princess of Darkness there, Lucy Morningstar, has a lot of details, and I certainly appreciate the details.
She's
very
been
much
taking
on
notes.
the ball with a lot of subjects.
She's been taking notes since day one. She has a couple volumes filled up on her hard drive. I'll tell you that. But all right, let's watch this press conference. Damn it.
Last night.
Yeah, I really expected this to be the one in the now. What's this one? Let's see. Where's the other one now? There. This. Okay. See, neither of these are the ones we expected. Or is this the one? This is the one in the open room with all the windows, right? Right here.
The one from News Nation is the date of arrest for Koberger. The first link was the first press conference. So.
This is okay. Let's take a look at this one anyway, just to refresh our memories.
Yeah, that's
In
December
conjunction with
30th.
the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
There you go.
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case.
JJ, right there, he went through and he thanked all the other agencies, and I think people by name. I don't know if he does thank the sheriff, but he also.
I didn't catch it. Did you catch it?
In one of the other, I think in this other one right here, he thanks their media partners. That's the sheriff is the one that uses the word media partners, whereas usually don't you picture the cops hate the media? So I thought it was such an unusual turn of phrase for him to use. I think it was in this one. Let's get to where the sheriff is talking.
Let's take a couple gander peeks here, and I'll let you know my thoughts as well.
Here, I'm going to make a note right here, right off the bat.
But for those
this is a good find, right there. Do you see where my
Boomer Scott Green looks super dumb? That's my first note. What do you got?
This is Justin, the guy who called Dylan trans. Right there. That's him with the hat.
Oh, I'm behind the schedule here. What do you got here? I'm watching on YouTube, but all I saw was green. Now it just moved and went to commercials.
It's on the screen now. Let me make it big.
I'm on YouTube. I'm watching it.
So, I can make it even bigger, actually.
That's Justin, huh? Okay, well that's the first press conference, friend. That ain't the third one. So that's from day one.
And there he is. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys agree that looks like Justin. That very well is.
It looks enough like Justin that I'm gonna have to consider that's just take a closer look, because I did a background on this Justin character because they were this big trans figure in the army. They were one of the first trans in the army. There was a huge media campaign. It looks a lot like that character. So there's a lot to be said about who this Justin character is and where they come from and what they were doing.
If he's at the very first press conference, Here's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm going to take a series of selfies in the mirror.
Take a series of selfies. Hopefully,
and maybe I'm guilty.
I know it's Justin gets you excited, but
no, I'm taking a screenshot of that hat. Does that hat?
Similar looking hat.
Does it not look like it has some type of alphabet logo on it?
Ooh, that's interesting. I thought maybe initially like one of them Samuel L. Jackson Kangol hats, but yeah, that is an interesting logo on it, right?
Let's take a look here. I'm gonna try to sharpen it up, and I'll open.
I mean, the closer you're getting, I'm seeing less Justin, but again, it looks close enough that I think it should be considered, right? I know you've mentioned this to me before, but this is the first time I'm seeing this image.
This is months and months and months and months before, but to me, he seemed a little more chubby in the little broadcast that he did.
Look, I'm not disputing any of these things. You're making some great points. It's worth an analysis, right?
And I believe also that the woman that was posing as a reporter, which is a topic we haven't discussed in a little while, who had the same name as the lady that was killed in a one-car accident in the OJ trial, is at this press conference also as well. And I know who she is. Sir. I know who she is now.
My name's JJ, sir, not OJ.
All right.
There was other people home at that
time. I have to do more looking into that because that is a very bizarre situation with that lady. And if they're both at that press conference, that's that's going to be bizarre, right? That's going to be, especially since it's the first press conference and not, you know what I mean? So from day one, they're running, if this is true, from day one, they're running some sort of operation then, right? Like that's what it would seem, right? Because
that's where I'm going,
Homegirl stood up there and she's like, oh, I represent whatever, and I'm sure Twiz will remember. I don't remember the name of the paper. It was at Lewis and Clark College, though, down in Twiz's favorite town of Lewiston. And, you know, and it was only later that college was like, hey, we don't represent her. But no one in the real time objected to this lady. So she was successful in that regard in whatever operation she was doing.
Well, she literally said that she worked for the paper.
Right, but she was quoted as working for that Lewis and Clark College paper. Yeah.
Where is she at this one? I wonder. Wait.
I don't know because I haven't gotten deep enough to look at these press conferences to see which one she was at. She was referenced on the one on November 23rd, where Roger Lanier was the idiot behind the microphone.
I don't see her in this one.
Yes, Destiny Martin, that's her name.
Is that it? Thank you.
Princess of Darkness.
Thank you.
Came in as usual in the clutch.
It's hard not to say her full birth name when you say Lucy. Let's see here. All right, so
we try to take that information. We try to make the best educated decision we can.
I mean, dude, this was literally like doggy paddle, trying to weed through the bullshit with this guy. I mean, the totality thing. It looking back now, listening to his ass.
Which guy? Oh, we're listening. My bad.
So it's a small fry over here.
Take the totality.
Yeah, go ahead. My apologies.
The things that
I was on mute.
And they're very dynamic, right? They're very big. And there's a lot of information, and we try to take that information.
It's like he's explaining it to a 2-year-old. He's like, we got that. There's a lot of information, and we take that information, and we digest that information, and then we analyze that information, and then we never tell you anything. You know, and it's like,
well, it looks like he's tiptoeing around on a subject where he has no details to provide, right? That's kind of what you're saying, right?
I think he's got all the details, and he's trying to tiptoe around, not let anything slip out.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, that he can't describe these details, so he has to tiptoe around them, right?
Let's go to this other one here that Heather suggested.
There's no doubt in my mind that someone told James Fry before he went up there, you cannot say this, you cannot say that, and you cannot say this. And that person probably operated under some sort of federal, you know.
Here's the thing about Idaho, right? Is that when there is somebody that is in charge and wants to make sure that things go their way, they are present. So my whole thing is that whoever is pulling the strings is fucking here at this press conference, just like the FBI with the Waco thing. You know how they were standing behind the guy telling all the lies and all that bullshit.
No, you're tracking. You're tracking. That's what I'm saying. Sometime just off camera here, somebody's probably standing over in the wings right now, like Hurwitz was doing in the back of the courtroom at first, right? You know, that person went up to Fry and said, "Look, you can't say this, that, and this." You know.
Do you think it might be Hurwitz?
Could very well could be, sure. I see. That's what I'm saying. So like, that's what I was implying. You know, 4 and several purges ago, I implied you were outraged by this. You yelled at me and told me never to come back. But I implied that Dylan Mortensen's phone call that morning was to an attorney, and I implied if that's true, that attorney's likely Shannon Gray, because you're going to want to limit the number of personnel involved in this, and he doesn't really have a great excuse for being involved in it right now. And looking back anyhow, so that would provide him at least some context if that were true. But even if it weren't true, I still rest on my statement that she called an attorney that morning, and whomever that attorney was. So, yeah, dude, like, we're being told all the. Well, but if that's the case, so then you have somebody like a Hurwitz even like talking to that attorney, right? So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying this has happened. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if Shannon Gray, for example, is coordinating with other parties behind the scenes in certain regards, which I think is kind of what's been alleged through recent court filings, right? Did I lose you? Do you need a medic? Do you need a payday, sir? I can get you a FedEx payday.
I keep hearing stuff. I don't. I'm still on Rat Patrol, so I'm like I'm not sure.
Do you understand what I'm saying about limiting people? So when you imply that it could be Hurwitz, I'm like, yeah, well that makes sense because this is gonna be a compartmentalized operation. We're gonna limit a lot of access to, quite honestly, attorneys. I mean, there's exceptions to the rules, but attorneys are the scum of the earth. By the way, I recently signed up to take my LSAT, but attorneys are the scum of the earth. So you're not going to want to incorporate a lot of the scum in your situation.
Right, the less the better. But you know what, JJ, let's level up. Let's take our paydays and level up.
Let's eat some mushrooms. I thought we were eating mushrooms, friend. I was like,
Shushrooms?
Well, I mean the Mario Brothers kind, right? The kind you would level up on, right?
What are they called? The portobello mushroom. I keep trying to get attention with that.
I am going to partake in my. This is proof that it's not the same payday. Well, this is the payday from earlier, but I'm saying not every show, right?
How many paydays are you doing a day? Perfect time to ask that question. Let's watch JJ Chew now. That's a chewy one, huh? You can't put payday. That's one of those candy bars you can't put in the fridge. There's just too much nougat involved in that. It just makes it too chewy. JJ might be at that all night. I'm going to go ahead and get my chance to talk in.
No, I was just chewing like a jackass in the microphone for you. No, it is. You are correct. You do not want to keep this cold. The ideal temperature is room setting for your chocolate payday surprises.
Snickers is the same. Snickers will literally turn into a block of ice.
Yeah. That will wreck your molars, friend, if you put that in the fridge and bite into it.
If Reese's is good in the fridge, I'll take a Reese's out of the fridge any day, not out of the freezer. I can't even think of a good freezer. Now, of course, they do have the ice cream bars, the Snickers ice cream bars, the Twix ice cream bars. It's the only ice cream candy with the cookie crunch.
Whew, those are delicious. Now, if you want to take a dessert to the next level and you want to incorporate some Reese's in there, I recommend making your standard some more graham cracker, marshmallow, marshmallow, but then put a Reese's on top, then another graham cracker. You've just made a Reese's some more, and I won't eat any other some more otherwise.
Well, the new craze now among the millennials is a Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich. So you have the warm on both sides and the gooey.
Here we go. What are you describing to me? Did you say Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich? That sounds amazing.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to throw it out there. I'm off the sugar, so it's not bothering me at all. I have a whole bag of M&M's sitting right there in front of me.
I might be going to the store this evening to get some Pop-Tarts and ice cream.
You might have to stop by a Krispy Kreme on the way. You still haven't had your strawberry fix yet.
You ain't kidding.
No, but when you talk about leveling up, so yeah, the DA and he derailed his career, and you might even say he threw his career in the toilet for this.
But would he do that if he signed up for a program where he's promised something on the back end, despite that may never achieving
Listen,
that?
I'll,
You see what I'm saying?
Dude, I'll do it for a new house. Guilty.
Well, we see Megan Marshall, the original magistrate in this matter. She's now the district judge.
Yeah, she did get promoted.
Judge.
Mm-hmm. She replaced John Judge.
She now it's important to note that is an elected position. She did not get elected to that. The governor appointed her to that position.
So what is that election every 2 years for that
now you're
judicial
asking questions
position?
That sounds reasonable, but I don't know the answer.
I believe that's how it is in my district.
I did look at the elections not that long ago, and I was kind of surprised, not shocked, but kind of surprised how many folks run unopposed there.
Oh, it's a small town.
Yeah,
Nobody wants that position. Blah blah blah. You know,
this is county stuff, right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no. How is that possible? What city has unopposed seats where there's so much controversy? And so, what I'm trying to do, JJ, is take it to the top, basically, to the next level, because you have dissension in the ranks with the governor and with this, I always want to say Lionel Richie, Labrador, the Senator Labrador. And I'm not talking about the one you followed around to get your weed out of his poop. I'm talking about Labrador, the Senator, has... Where'd you go? Did we lose JJ? JJ down. JJ down. JJ, come back to me, bro. Come back to me. Come on. Wake up. Wake up. Where'd he go? What did Jenn say? Jenn say she's joining us? There you are. Now we don't see you. You're gonna have to go out and come back in. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I can hear you. Hold on. Let me deal with this JJ situation. JJ, we got a JJ down. JJ, try going out and come back in. Turn it off and turn it back on again. Or wait, you know what I'll do? I'll do the browser trick. I think you're back. I can hear you. Can you hear me? No. We'll give him one more shot here. Just because it's JJ. I didn't even try to clone him. That's what's weird. What did we get? Trish.
I'm back. And I'm back.
And he's back. Ladies and gentlemen, JJ on the Purge.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. That was weird. I just popped off the screen. Yeah, pop back in. Here we go.
Happy Saturday, everybody. You're not even having any weather over there tonight.
Happy Saturdays.
Yes. I hope you have a wonderful Saturday today, and I hope you're starting it here with a fresh cup of the Purge and Operation GCD on Saturday.
And a delicious chocolatey payday bar.
And a nice Schindler's List. I gotta go take a Schindler's List.
And a wonderful Schindler's List to all. So, I do think these are interesting dynamics. And again, when shit hits the fan, plans change. Like Mike Tyson famously said, every fighter has a plan until they get punched in the face, or something to that effect, right? So, these folks may have found it, inconvenient or beneficial to them to collude in some capacities around the matters of this case. And, as things fall out and, things change, that weren't controllable factors, like Hurwitz being fired. To some extent, that would have been a surprise in this matter. Again, we saw that circumstance present itself or manifest itself in the manner of Hitler suddenly acting like he was going to be transparent immediately following Hurwitz, resignation, but he was technically fired by Trump. And then I'm fairly certain at the time of the resignation, he knew he was going to jump on the prosecution team. But as we can all see, they waited till the right time to play that card, just like Ann Taylor waited to the right time to play the card she did with her filing for a continuance this week.
That was a big river right there, yeah.
That was a big. I like that was a strong move. That was a power move. It was a strong move. I like it. But
it's literally driving the guilters out of their minds.
For sure, as it should be. So we see these different facts, like it's not a monolithic issue. It's not everyone's on the same team. There's a lot of ins and outs, a couple what have yous. But what it seems like is like you're implying, the shit is hitting the fan, things are falling apart, and factors have changed. Now, is that going to spell relief for Brian Kohberger or any justice in this matter? I guess only time will tell. But it's certainly more beneficial than he was last week or a couple months ago, right? I mean, the idea that Herwood is now essentially leading the prosecution again, kicked Nye off to the kids' table in that last hearing.
No doubt.
That was telling to me, just that action alone, right?
Yeah, I mean, he literally had his tail between his legs, and he was playing with. If you could see him, he had jacks, and he was playing jacks with himself. One could say he was jacking himself off, right behind the table that he used to eat at. Why do you have to? There's room for everybody at the table there. Why do they have to put him in the bleachers? That's a good question. Because he could have sat very well with them.
That's a great question. I think it speaks to this interplay of political dynamics up there, because Nye's dad is a long-standing federal district judge, I believe, appointed by Bush number 2. So he was a federal judge before Herwood came up there. So he's the chief federal judge in that district, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, chief federal district judge, Judge David C. Nye was sworn in. Oh, so he was an Obama appointee. Let's see here. He was August 2017. He became the chief judge after having been both nominated by both Barack Obama and President Trump. Okay, so he already sits in an interesting situation. Oh, of course he is. Is Nye a Mormon? I did not know that. His dad's a Mormon. Did you know Nye's a Mormon? I didn't know that.
Interesting. Trish is freaking out. Trish, I was just asking you if you saw Jenn in the chat. That's all. We're looking for Jenn to come up on the show. That's all. Trish is having a heart attack.
Chief Judge Nye went to undergrad and law school at BYU.
At BYU, really? Oh wow. Yeah. Well, there's another player in the LDS situation.
Right. I didn't know Nye was. I could have sworn I looked up Nye, and maybe he's not a Mormon. Maybe it is just his dad. It's possible, but I didn't see that before, and I looked up, for Mormon stuff.
His dad is CNYE. What's that mean, Heather?
Chief Judge. Is that what that means, Chief Judge? So yeah, you have that dynamic. Maybe Herwood and the Chief Judge, hate each other. You know what I mean? So there's some other dynamics playing in
anyway,
there, right?
the thing I was talking about leveling up your payday bar is with when you go to the next level, you have Senator, the one that told you to go back to where you came from, to the Native American, and then you have Labrador going up against
and he's
Scott
a Mormon.
Green. So with the University of Phoenix proposition and the scandal involved, because basically with the University of Phoenix,
fine points here, sir.
And so then you have the governor, who seems like he's trying to play referee with the whole thing.
He's also a Mormon. He's also a University of Idaho grad, and I believe he's also a fraternity member from there as well.
This is getting ridiculous, bro. This is really getting ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, you just have to follow you can follow the money all you want. The money's not going to get you anywhere. It's you got to follow the power in this situation, and that's
it's all about the power.
I'm trying to think of that song. You guys were talking about all those great songs tonight. Money and the Power. What is that song? Money. Minute after minute, hour after. What song am I thinking of?
It's Schindler's List. It's definitely Schindler's List.
Was that in the top 10? It was the Yiddish top 10 hit, along with Amish Paradise. Was another big one that ye would listen to in the 80s. That's okay. So all right, we were supposed to watch before the world came crumbling down. Let's listen to El Cherifo, and let's see him wave his dick around here for a minute.
Let's do that.
The podium, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance here, because it's important, vitally important, that we get the information that we have out to the public.
Wow. My apologies, Kane. I completely missed Jeff Nye being a Mormon.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, though. That's a good find still. I'm not gonna hold it against you, I guess. Just don't let it happen
I
again.
hope not, dude. I'm out of here if you do. I'm out of here. Take my payday elsewhere.
I'll take all the hula burgers out of your basement. Is it distorted or is it sounding okay here, the audio?
It's all right.
Boundaries. And these.
He does not look happy. I will note that you said. He seems very uncomfortable.
This guy right here is he's the Idaho State Police Colonel, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Frederick Wills.
These murders have shaken us to our very core.
Let's hear how Chief Fry brings him in. It looks like they're trying to do some kind of buddy situation. Let's listen to the end of Scott.
I would like to have Colonel Kedrick Wills come to the podium, please.
Isn't it odd that it's like they had a playbill for all the speakers that were going to speak that day? It was like, okay, why do they have to have any different people? Why doesn't just one person give information? It's just 3-5 different people giving misinformation, or I'd call it disinformation.
Good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police. And as we have this discussion today, I'd like to express my appreciation for your attendance.
I was eating my payday there, Kane. You're spot on. They all had a different role. It's like the 911 call, right? They just kept passing it on, right? Deception, subterfuge.
I have to apologize to you now, sir. I was getting the Idaho State Police mixed up with the Latah County Sheriff when I was saying.
Right. So
thank you for not reprimanding me, sir. And I'll have another.
You're out of here, buddy. That's 2 paydays. You're docked.
But now, okay, that's where my confusion was. I wasn't making the distinction. Okay, but you know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
But yeah, here.
No, but that's a great point you're bringing up, because it's just like the 911 call. They just keep passing the phone over, and there's no logical or reasonable sense about it, right? What it does do is provides deception and subterfuge to disseminating this very important message. They waited 3 days in which to disseminate. They don't do it in an effective manner, do they?
Well, let's listen to Chief Fry's explanation.
From the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Idaho State Police. We're reviewing video that has been collected, but we are asking citizens to contact us with any information you may have that will help in this investigation.
You hear that pause there? Because you know that was bullshit. They didn't want anything from the public. They flooded their own tip line.
Precisely.
Once again, we're asking anyone with a tip to call the tip line at 208.
Yeah, he's just fumbling over it, repeating himself.
But no thank you to the Sheriff Skiles, right?
No nod so far. Not in this one. Let me see if we do get Skiles in there. Here's Fry again.
I apologize. I'm talking about things I'm watching after they happen. So
well, it's Fry does seem to be playing Master of Ceremonies here today,
right.
And
he drew the short straw.
Who's this clown?
Campus Safety Patrols, our executive director of campus.
Oh, is this Ed?
What is the?
This is the dean of students, Eggers or Eggberg or whatever his name was. That'd be interesting to hear what he has to say.
Right, because they're really the ones dictating this, right? I do remember that aspect. Again, I apologize. I'm behind in what we're watching on YouTube, but I keep hearing you saying they were really the ones dictating this, though, right? I mean, while Fry seems to be in charge, it's really the university, right? Where are they holding this at?
Well,
is it the university?
I imagine. The thing is, allegedly all of the direction was all held in Scott Green's office, as far as operations were going to go. So that's what I'm told. So
university, that's what he brags about, right? He has brag hour in his book about the subject.
Yeah, what an essential role he played. What his leadership led. Now, at least in Pullman,
I'm sold. Let's get that man a gold medal. And a
that's the thing about the Idaho State Police guy, Wills, is I'm surprised he's not like these other sheriffs and leaders that you see that have 50,000 badges on their uniforms. They look like a 15-star general or whatever.
Yep.
But
like a Middle East dictator.
Like Gaddafi, and that
Muammar Gaddafi.
Muammar el Gaddafi. Yeah, Front 242. That's a good song. I wish I could play more songs on here like that. But anyway, so all right, let's hear Eccles.
Doing to make their students feel safe.
Because if you think about it, what the fuck role does Eccles have to do at this press conference? It's this is supposed to be a law enforcement thing, and like I said, in Pullman at least they admit
it goes back to who puts the bill around town, who's paying the police department.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing: at Wazoo, the police are part of the college, and the same thing at Moscow, but they try to make the appearance of a separate entity.
No, the police over at Wazoo, they have their own department separate from Pullman. While I agree they are the same entity, as they share executives clearly, but they go back and forth as like a revolving door, it seems. But the campus literally pays the University of Idaho pays Moscow PD for their law enforcement support, and they've built them that campus division, everything else there, right?
Right. They have the 2 officers and 2 detectives on campus there,
and that's financed by university funds. Yeah, but I would argue there's a lot more money being exchanged there, and it's why we see them leaning heavily on old Coomer Scott Green throughout this ordeal, right? He's a hero. He saved everybody.
He wrote a book about it.
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing.
He really tries to give the appearance that he's this fun-loving guy. At this, what a sick moment to try to be buddy. Look at him. He's such a shyster.
He may as well went to the microphone and said, so basically, it was 4 a.m.
Let me tell you what happened. There was a guy in the house.
There's a guy in my house. What's that, Scott Green? There's a guy in your house. That's pretty normal, though, I'm sure.
To make their students feel safe.
Yeah, great question. At this time, I think I'll turn this over to Blaine, who's been dealing directly with our students and dealing with those that truly still feel unsafe despite some of the assurances and things that we're doing. Blaine?
A little levity in an otherwise grim situation. Thanks, Scott.
A question of safety is on everyone's mind right now. We have increased campus safety patrols. Our direct.
Oh my God! I mean, I said it at the memorial service they had for the Idaho 4 memorial. It's actually a memorial for every student that's ever passed away at the college. But it literally looks like he's got a pole shoved straight up his ass right now. That's the body.
Dude,
I'm not a body posture expert.
Done, dude. Look at that face right there, dude. He's had so much work done. It's ridiculous.
It's a lot of surgery to get that silver pole inserted.
Yeah, to look that dumb, dude, you got to get a better doctor there, Green. I mean,
Well, I'm looking at Eccles. Can you see Eccles?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, look at it. It literally looks like there's a pole shoved straight up his ass, and he's the one that had the hot mic moment where they're at the memorial dedication for the Memorial Gardens on the campus, and Scott Green says, "Let's get out of here," and this idiot repeats it on the microphone. So Scott Green said, "Let's just get out of here," and before the families have spoken. Before anybody has said a damn word.
He doesn't even look like he's happy, does he? You're right about the pull up his butt. I mean, he doesn't look happy in one bit, does he?
I'm not a body language expert by any means, but this guy is making it plain as day.
He's got that real butthole pucker effect popping off right now.
Very much like anyway.
Campus Safety and Security, Jake Nichols is out in the hallway actually here, and so I'm sure he'd be able to answer some of those questions. We have a campus safety escort where students can call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to arrange for a security escort to be escorted across campus during the day or night.
Is that like with the student rideshare driver? Is that the same kind of business? I'll escort you to your class, baby, and then I'll cut you up.
It doesn't matter at any point in time. We're also providing resources to students to help them navigate through this from an emotional standpoint. We've had drop-in counseling that has been utilized both in our counseling center as well as...
Oh, they had drop-in counseling, so they probably had a plop machine handy.
The student union building, and we're also supporting students, like President Green indicated that if they
look at the shaking of the head. There's just so many tells now that I look at this. It seemed so fake at the time, but I just see it clear as day now.
want to leave and go home now, they absolutely
Right. I mean,
can.
there's nothing genuine about his delivery, right?
Just not. I mean, it's like watching plastic talk. Like if a credit card could talk, this is it right here. If a Barbie doll or a Ken doll had a little button on the back, or he pulled a string, this is what he would say right here.
We're going to support them in doing so. Many students have questions about their academics and whatnot, but this is a very dynamic, fluid situation, and we want to make sure we're supporting students and their.
How is it fluid? That makes no sense.
I'm trying to keep up. I'm watching it on the YouTube, and I got both sounds going. What were you saying? Fluid? Who's fluid?
He's excreting body fluids. Here, we're gonna go on.
I was about to say that sounds reasonable because there ain't nothing fluid about this guy's delivery at all.
It's jagged and he's stammering. It's at best.
There's no implications of authority. There's no like, hey, we got this under control. This guy's like you're saying, butt puckered, looking real nervous.
Oh, look at this. This has me and Heather went down this rabbit hole the other day, and since we're here, I'm going to take you guys on it with me. Because if you notice this moniker here on the bottom left, it's the University of Idaho press page. So this press conference is literally being held by the university itself, and this is the same.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. Look at the setting. Who controls the situation? Look at the setting.
This is the same channel that does the how they're doing the new welcome in the students videos to make it look so easy to check into your dorm room. They're doing it across the country. University of Idaho obviously got on the bandwagon, and this is the exact same. And we were watching it. Wait till you guys see. Heather's laughing her ass off though right now because she knows that. Let me let this finish because this is so fake.
Need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Washington State University is about 8 miles that way.
And people ask really good questions in here. And I think that the lady from the paper or the Independent or whatever, the fake reporter, whatever she was, asked the best question. I'm not sure if that's in this press, but let me try to get some more juice out of this orange. You gotta have a lot of ice here in Florida, you know that. Alright, so, let's go on. And then we'll go to the other thing. You really,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I ran out of words.
Saying?
I ran out of words.
Oh, I was going back to the transcript. They do have it list. I didn't hear it, but they have it listed in the transcript. He did thank the sheriff's department. Where's this lady at? I don't see her on my screen.
I don't know that she's at this press conference. I'm not sure.
Oh.
Heather put this one up. I wanted to just listen to Eccles.
What would you suggest that Wazoo does to make their students feel safe if they're unsafe?
Communication and encouraging students to reach out and use resources.
Wow, looking back, this is the end of COVID, too, towards the end of the pandemic. Wow. That really brings back some thoughts, too.
Right.
Sources. That's a fantastic campus. I talked.
Yeah, I think at that time, especially with these socialist agenda people, there was a strong belief that you could do and say anything you want and put it under the guise of, oh, well, that's just the way the government says it is now. I think there was a strong sentiment that this brings back that memory.
Sure.
Talked to their Dean of Students office yesterday, and they are mobilizing their support resources. All campuses have supports in place. Students just need to make sure they're leaning in and reaching out to it. And many times students don't, but we encourage that, absolutely.
Many times students don't. Because they can't stand you, and you're a bunch of fake motherfucking liars. And they knew it, you know it, and they're even admitting it here. That's all he had to say.
Hi, this is.
Look at how proud this motherfucker is. Look at him. He's so smug. And I really see where that boost of power from the whole COVID, you will take the shot bullshit that they had that one little moment of you know, let's play our power hand and see how this plays out. Golly, dude, this is amazing. All right, let's go to the little rabbit hole I was talking about here with me and Heather. And she sent me originally, let me see if, oh, there was Justin again. So this is the university page here. And you can take your pick of any of these. But they have this one group of kids. And here's the, I'm just going to let this play, JJ, and just give me...
And we have been asked a few questions. And
yeah, no, go ahead and play. I'll listen along. I'm going to go take a break. I got to stretch, man. My back's bothering me at the moment.
No, yeah, no worries. Keep your earbuds in if you want to listen to this, and just tell me what your impressions are.
I'll definitely tune in.
I gotta put a Douglas Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms behind it, because obviously I didn't realize they were playing music. I hadn't anticipated doing this. So
I'll tune in, Kane. I'll see you in 7 minutes.
Take your time, bro. No worries. I'll give you a 25-minute break if you like. Just remember, it's coming out of your payday. I love
Fair enough.
The payday back would be.
Fair enough.
If you got to walk the dog. If you got to feed your baby, feed your baby. I understand. I'm Scott Green, damn it. Let's see. I think Doug dropped a new song anyway. We'll check this out. Make sure that you're subscribing up, please, if you're a Purger here on the Purge and you enjoy watching the show. Sub up to Scott to my friend Doug over there at Outlaw Rhythms, and show the cow one. Oh, the cow one's great. What? I'm gonna save the best for last, Heather. Hold on. Let's get a Doug song playing. We liked this song I think last time. Let me see. All right, I'm just gonna put it on lightly in the background, and we're gonna play this video. Check this out.
Like, we could answer some here. I don't know, there might be questions that you don't know. How to ask, who to ask.
Is that a good blend, you guys? Is that too loud? Yeah, it's too loud. Hold on. Let me go back. It's a little too loud. Also, it's playing at 1.25 speed. No, it's not. Okay. It's hard to get it right there. That's pretty good. That's pretty... Well, I can do better. Hold on, let me see. That's perfect. Okay, right there. Alright, now we got cover for whatever music they're playing here, and let's go.
Or you might just, like, be uncomfortable asking? I don't know. They're kind of real. But if you... They're kind of real questions, I won't lie. But if you think of any other questions that you might have, feel free to leave them down below, and we will do another episode. So, okay. First question. What do you really like about the U of I?
A lot to choose from here.
There's so many options.
Yeah, there's just so many things like.
They literally have no options to choose from. Look at this girl's like, I hope I can think of something. I really do. The girl on the left, look at her eyes. Up and to the left. Up and to the left. Alright, what's... Fakest laugh ever.
Thing is, like, it's a mid-sized university, so you have a lot of access to the professors. Like, they have...
But yeah, she's definitely reading from a script. It's a mid-sized university. It's something, you know, it's just like she starts lifting off. And this is supposed to be this off-the-cuff thing.
Office hours.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh.
Come on, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Gotta work together here.
You know, you have lots of access to professors. Like, you can go talk to them. Like, all the professors, they pretty much know me by name. So, yeah. It's pretty nice. You get that, like, connection.
Absolutely. I will add on to that, because I fully believe in that, but also, like, beyond accessing your professors, you have access to opportunities, like research and different jobs and classes and internships and all that jazz really early on, because we are like a mid-sized university, so we don't have too many students fighting for the opportunities. Like, I've done research since my very first semester here at the U of I, and now I'm a second semester senior, which is scary, but like other universities, you don't necessarily have that chance, but you definitely do here at the U of I.
Yeah, I kind of like how close-knit everything is here. I feel like since it's, you know, kind of smaller, as we've said, it everything kind of ties together really well here. Great communication between
how in the feck do they know what it's like at other universities if they've only gone to University of Idaho? Let me rewind this here so we get more of it. Sorry.
A lot of like the different programs here, and honestly, just a lot of opportunities too. It's great.
Yeah. I also just love Moscow. It's so pretty here.
How do you make friends at college or in classes? Wesley, do you have something?
I feel like one of the easiest ways is, I mean, there's a multitude, but clubs, always a great spot. It's like, I mean, basically you join a club and like you get to pick which one, so you just get to join something you're interested in.
All right, there's another deadpan face thing. A multitude, like he literally says there's a multitude of choices, like he's 80 years old or something. He's like, yeah, he was clad in black, he had deadpan face, and he had a multitude of options.
And guess what? Everyone else in that club is also going to have the exact same interests. So, great way to meet people.
I'd say this is tough. You actually have to get out there and like talk to people.
Yeah.
Not good for engineers.
Hey. We're both engineers, so it's okay to say.
I'm not. I'm just very protective.
But you have to put yourself out there to some extent. You know, you can't just hermit in your dorm all day and expect to make a ton of friends. So definitely get out there, meet all the people on your floor in your house or whatever. Like you do have to get out there to some extent.
Yeah, and on top of that, you gotta go to class.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but sometimes like some of my best friends or the easiest connections I've made have been when we've been in class and you kind of just like commiserate or you complain about something. I know it's like bad or whatever, but I'll be like, oh my gosh, are you serious? An exam the first day of school? And then when it comes to do like homework or studying, like because you already know each other and we're already kind of on the same boat, I don't know, I feel like it kind of breaks the ice a little bit. It's easier.
Or it's like complaining about the same homework assignment.
Yes.
Over and over.
They're like, oh, it's only 2 problems, but it is A through F on both. Oh, thanks.
And you're like, seriously? And then the person next to you is like, oh my gosh. And then you're best friends for life. Do you have to have played a sport to play on a college sports club team or club sports team?
No.
Nope.
Hell no.
Hell no. So obviously, like if you're looking at like our football or basketball or volleyball, like the real ones, yes. Unless you're some sort of prodigy, like you got to have played before.
You can't like walk onto a D1 team, you know.
Yeah. I mean, you could try, but it wouldn't go very well.
Yeah.
But with club sports, yeah, you just.
They're pay to play. I mean,
Yeah.
You give your money, you get to play.
The way it goes. Yeah.
Like my cousin, he played water polo in high school, and so when he came here, he wanted to play the club sports or the club water polo team just so that it was less intense. And we don't have an official water polo team, and he really enjoyed it. So if you've played a sport casually and you want to like kind of continue it in a more casual way, that's an option. But you also can just try it out if you want. Okay, next question.
Off track, sorry.
Apologize.
My bad. Ooh, this one's a juicy one.
Okay.
What do you do if you don't like your roommates? Oh, Maddie?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize they actually used somebody with the name Maddie. Okay, so coming up right here, I think it's a little bit further down. I think it's like right here. They talk about meeting people outside of the college. Listen to this.
Like hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt.
That's true. We are a good value school, by the way. Remember that.
And we're not being paid to say any of this. I want
No.
to make that very clear. This is a volunteer. This is
Yeah.
not sponsored.
I took time out of my day.
I skipped a nap, okay?
That's so true.
Yeah, I'd say I definitely wanted to get away from home. I wanted to find new experiences. Obviously, I mean, my birthday is in October. I can't speak for everybody here, but I was so freaking homesick around my birthday.
Yeah.
Freshman year, and it just helped. Like, I still like text my parents every day, and they send me pictures of like my dogs and my cats, and I'm just like, oh, like I see them. But it definitely. Like, I feel like it's kind of, when you get there, it's not bad. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm at college, it's so much fun. And then college actually starts and you're like, oh.
There's that brutal first, like, what is it, like the 3rd month? I feel like it sets in pretty bad.
Yeah, just because, especially because you go to school in August and you don't really go back home until like Thanksgiving.
It's like the longest stretch without like a break from school.
But yeah, it's definitely like the middle of that. It can be kind of tough, but it does get better. I mean, we have like counseling here on campus that I definitely recommend.
Yeah.
I went to that. When I was
freshman year?
You are gonna need it if you go to the University of Idaho. They have counselors on every corner. Seriously.
They knew. No, I had appointment. My bi-weekly appointment with, I believe her name was Rachel.
Bi-weekly, wow.
Rachel.
Yeah, what about you, Wesley? What do you recommend?
For what?
Moving away.
Moving away from home. Okay, fine. I mean, dude, it's like a 7-hour drive. I'm from Boise, Idaho. I don't know if any of you Idahoans have ever heard of it.
Ever heard of that place?
Wait, yeah.
Boise. Where's Boise?
It's like southern, never mind, I can't say that. In the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's not, I mean, I wanted to get far away from home. Yeah, it's a transition for sure, but everyone gets used to it. And I mean, honestly, I think there's more rewards about going away from home and trying new things than not. So you definitely grow up a lot, I will say.
Yeah. I was sweating.
It's like, is this summer?
Like, it'll be the middle of December, my family's freezing, I'm like...
It rains a lot more here than I'm used to, at least.
Oh, I mean, me too.
Yeah.
Snows here a lot more than it does where I'm from.
Yeah. I'm from a desert, bro.
Me too. I'm from a desert.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, we're from a desert.
Wow.
Oh, a little life hack. Nobody uses umbrellas in the Pacific.
True.
That's something, I mean, like, you'll see a handful of them, but back home, because it only rains, like, 5 times in, like, a decade, everyone pulls out, like, umbrellas, they don't know how to function. In the Pacific Northwest, life goes on when there's weather.
See, like, you do just sprinkling, it's fine.
But then, as far as, like, moving away from home, because even 8 hours, it's still away from home. I mean, it's
Oh,
not
yeah.
a quick, like, I'm home for dinner tonight.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to get as far away from it as possible, but...
You didn't get very far.
Yeah, you could have gone much further, probably.
I also didn't want to be, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That's true, we are a good dog school, by the way, remember that.
And we're not being paid to say any of this.
No.
This is a volunteer. This is not sponsored.
I took time out of my day.
Everybody in your life will tell you this. Parents, grandparents, older
yeah, it's not, I mean, I wanted to get far away from home. Yeah, it's a transition for sure, but everyone gets used to it, and I mean, honestly, I think there's more rewards about going away from home and trying new things than not, so you definitely grow up a lot, I will say.
Yes, there's a lot of growing up that happens. I know it's cliche, and everybody in your life will tell you this. Parents, grandparents, older friends, older siblings, everyone who's done this will tell you, so you can just add me to the list. You're not the only one who feels that way. And it gets better, but it's true. I mean, I found one person that I felt like I could be vulnerable with my freshman year. Her name's Esther, and I was like, listen, I miss my mom like crazy. She's like, oh, me too. And so I felt like one other person that we could say, like, oh, I have to go call my mom or whatever. Like, I don't know. I promise you're not the only one who feels that way, but sometimes finding someone else. So that you feel like you can say you miss mommy.
Structure is really good in like your first year because you're living in like a Greek chapter or you're living in like a dorm most likely, and you know you have your dorm, you have like the eatery or like the chef in like a sorority or fraternity, and it's nice. You don't have to like try to like plan your meals, but then like as you get older, you move into your apartment. You get into it. You know, you're not just automatically thrown in. You have to figure out everything by yourself. So that is a perk of living on campus.
Yes. Plus, there's like the obligatory, like, oh, I'm sick of the dining hall food. Like, I'm sick of sharing a room with someone. That makes you ready for the next step, which is cooking your own food, moving into an apartment. Like, living on campus is such an important experience. I think you get so many life skills. Plus, it forces you to make connections.
True, meeting people off campus is so hard.
It's so hard. Anything else?
So you hear that right there? Meeting people off campus is so hard. It's so hard. Why is that so hard? Because it's the town versus the gown. The townspeople hate these students. Alright, here's the beef one, you guys. You're not ready for this. I'm probably gonna have to turn Doug up. We don't need to hear the audio. Let's see here. They have all these different programs, right? And one of them is, somebody's got to make the sausages, right? So, where is that one? It popped up in my feed, so I don't know where it was. Joe Vandal, University. Let me pause Doug here. Let me find a longer song from Doug. We can work. Hold on. I know that one that we did the Idaho 4 picture thing for is good and long. How long is this one? I don't know. And yeah, please make sure you. Oh, this is a short. I'm sorry. He's got a lot of songs. He's been churning it out. I think he's on his National Guard duty right now. There it is. Yeah, this one is, well, it's 354 or whatever. It's a good song though. All right, so let me find the one. Let me pull it up here so I can, on my high resolution monitor. Okay, welcome new vandals. Oh, come on, where is it? University of Idaho beef, maybe I'll type into the search. Explore campus. Come on. I'm making a fool of myself now. Oh wow, Vandal Theory. I'd like to. There it is. I found it. It's called Farm Fueled Fitness, you guys. Here it is. And actually, I guess I'll take the chance and play it. Let me. I think it's all music. Yeah, it's all music. So you get the idea. We'll just play Doug along with it here. Hold on, I don't know if you guys can see right now or not. Hold on. So this is the fact. They try to make it look like the beef program is a fitness program, and they have this jazzy little song, and it's Steer a Year. This is the building it's held in. Check out the video. That one kind of tripped me out. And then the one previously here, watch this. Right here. Like, it's such an exciting program. Check this out. You're petting cows, you're birthing babies there. And then look, she's handing out Welch's fruit snacks. That's part of the recruitment program here for the beef. It's like, okay. And then this guy's, I mean, look at the look on the guy's face. Heather pointed it out to me, I think. The look on the guy's face on the right. Right there. Look. I don't know. Isn't that the hay that the horses used for their... Anyway. That's how we do it in Idaho. Have I made a bad decision? She's asking herself. Look at how many people... Look how uncomfortable that girl is right there. A lot of money in steer. Are they still playing the music? Oh, now it's okay. Now it's just all right. Anyway, with that little opening, and I'm sure they have another video here. But here's what really cracked me up: is this is fitness for farming. So it's literally like how to lift yourself up to milk a cow, or this type of thing. Let me get Doug back on there. Hold on, sorry. I think there's a way to loop it. I just don't know what it is. Sorry. Back out of here. So yeah, what is this called again? All right. So there's more of them, and they're all just as weird. It's just now I'm interested to watch this thing here. As far as okay, wait, they had a couple very interesting ones. Farm Fueled Fitness. That was what it was called. Farm Fueled Fitness. Okay, so check this out. Let's see here. There was one that caught my eye.
Research takes a long time.
What is vandal theory, I wonder?
Explore different areas, but it's a very rewarding process when you do get it.
Oh, wait, I know what it was. It was the Welcome to Campus one. Hang on. Wait, where was it? What is Micron? I wonder. Co-op. Huh. Where is it? Speeding up. Watch me graduate. Hold on. Vandal Pride. Wait, where was the introduction? Somewhere here. College tour of the university. Where was the welcome new students one? Damn it. Becoming a vandal. Darn it. Oh, come on. Well, this ought to be interesting. Then and now, huh? It's all about the football program. Let me choose a more upbeat song. Sorry. These are great videos, too, if you watch his songs. Let me see. 357. Do you have a long one, Doug? Where you at, Doug? Doug. 355, 357, 355. They're all about 4 minutes long. Where's the boogeyman one? I'm not your boogeyman. Not your ghost. Let's hear this one.
Have you seen this guy? You know, the one that keeps...
Here's the thing. He's not monetized and they're running commercials on his content. I don't get it. Alright, so let's go. Sorry. Got carried away. Then and now.
I can conceive of a national destiny which meets the responsibilities of today and measures.
I probably have to mute that music, sorry. You get the idea. It sucks. Oh, look at this. There's some pictures from the olden days of when they had the what was it, Jen? The fraternity battle, the fresh soft wars. Look at that. There's the Kibbe Dome, and the Kibbe Dome was promised to so many different things. Ice hockey. They were going to have all these things that they were able to pass because students were convinced that they were going to implement all these other activities at the Kibbe Dome, and they never did. Like ice hockey was one, other stuff like that wasn't a part of it. They just made the students pay for it through their tuition tax. There he is. One lucky student gets $1,000 of the millions that I'm scamming off this university. Look at his face. Looks like he just sucked on a freaking lemon. Hold on, let me back this up. That's weird that they're showing these old pictures, because it was such a creepy time. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Whoa. I didn't know they're having rallies on campus. Does anybody see Steve G in there? Or his brother Nathan? Every single one of these is just freaking weird, dude. That looks pretty good. That must be the section that built the memorial garden. That's the construction unit. But you know, it really is. It's coming. It's coming together at the same time that it's falling apart. For us, it's coming together because we're just gonna sit there. We're just gonna literally. This is the moment we have all collectively in totality been waiting for. That it's literally just going to completely crumble right in front of us, and not one of us literally has a foot in the pool. I mean, you know, other than, you know, JLR was ripping on Twiz for attending the trial in support of Brian Kohberger because he's a weird, crazy Kohberger who might attack him. He literally was saying, if any of these Kohbergers come attack me, where's Tara? Because, okay, so they have that bonfire. Yeah, I know. And then time to burn all the evidence. That's hilarious. Pretty Imperfect is the town. That town hates the students, though. Where did I go? Why can't see me? JJ, did you clone me? You out there, JJ? I did give him 25 minutes. I don't know what happened to Jenn. Usually she can't wait to get here, especially on a late night show. And that's why I was asking Trish if... Let me see if we can get Jenn up here. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. She's probably yelling. It's raining. My internet keeps cutting out. Well, then fucking use your phone. Alright. Just for a change of pace here. It's not... Now her phone's not even working.
6, 3, 1, 2, 9, 1.
What? Anyway, I'm not trying to dox her forever. That's weird. I guess her phone's out, her internet's out. They have all kinds of weather up there. Alright, anyway, let's watch another video. Then I want to see the... There's the tour. I saw it when I was going through the thing. Student life at the college. Yeah, let's check out student life at the college. Let me get a Doug song going here. Let's do a different one. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I don't know if I completed my thought or not, but we're gonna watch it unfold, and it's literally to us, it's just like a soap opera. I mean, like literally, our hearts are in the game, but we don't have, what's the turn of phrase? What's the cliche? And it at one time it's kind of a satisfying moment, but it's not a happy moment. It confirms what we've been saying all along, and that we're completely screwed because anybody that was involved with this is long gone, and they're being protected anyway. Just like with Nick Reed and Timmy Reed over there, what they did to him. Hold on, let me rewind this. All right, let's take a look at this.
Wish me luck. Grammarly has again been a lifesaver with my application and helping me write my personal statement and CV.
I get commercials on there, dude.
Okay, everyone, let's meet Tanner. He's a junior, a member of Beta Theta Pi, the Associated Students University of Idaho president.
Get out of here. Holy shit.
And a double major in philosophy.
I grew passionate.
Sorry, I gotta keep the background thing going or else we'll get copyright shut down here. Okay, so let's see here. Because they'll just interrupt your stream if it's whatever.
About student involvement and wanted to help other students find their home here.
Wait, was that bull riding in a kiddie pool?
Community here. I grew
Hold on.
across campus. It was at this time when I truly fell in love with amazing.
What gathering is this? Yeah, we just sat out in the quad and blew bubbles, and there was this tall guy.
Community here. I grew passionate about student involvement and wanted to help other students find their.
That is the weakest bull ride I've ever seen in my life.
And
is this the Purge? Are we purging?
We're bull riding in University of Idaho, bro, in a kiddie pool.
Help other students find their home here at the University of Idaho.
Oh, we got a rock climbing wall. It's
Just
nice.
as I.
It's actually a giant George Washington
Student
phallic
involvement.
symbol.
And wanted to help other students.
Look at this guy on the
find their home here.
on the bull. I can't get over it.
I grew passionate about student involvement and wanted to help other students find their home here at the University of Idaho.
There's the giant phallic symbol.
Just as I did.
This girl's just singing the guitar to herself.
I ran for ASUI president.
They gave him his own office.
To promote the student experience here at the uni. It's much more than another box check before going on to a career. It's about the experience to be had during your 4 years here. I know this because getting involved is what made Moscow my home away from home. That's my story. Back to you, Alex.
A fantastic Greek system. It reminds me of the fabulous Detective Meowery report.
I was gonna say we haven't even talked about the Hippler Meowery report at all today, or the what is it? But the Meowery report in general is really upgraded now. It's gone.
It's a bombshell.
It's better than 20 selfies. Which is,
I couldn't agree more, sir. I couldn't agree more. Earlier this evening, you disrespectfully called me OJ, as in Orenthal J. Simpson. and first of all, I'm not clear, so I haven't attained that level of spirituality within Scientology, so I couldn't equate. So he, when I was on my mandatory hula burger break, I was thinking, well, that is interesting. We do out of all these things that we're learning in this case, still, we don't know why that the defense had a witness from the OJ trial testify back in November in regards to the DNA in a closed hearing in November. Barbara Wolf, she's a medical examiner in Florida now, but she was she's a forensic pathologist. But at the time in the OJ case, she was a DNA expert, and she was brought in on the defense there. And back in November of 2024, the defense, that is, calls in the Wolf. We were talking about Winston, the Wolf Pulp Fiction style. This is Barbara. It's his cousin, but not really. But you know what I mean? Like, she's obviously a heavy hitter in that regard, right?
I wonder if there's any relation to Mike Wolf from that History Channel show. Frank Fritz and Mike Wolf.
Why would we stop there? Maybe she's related to Teen Wolf.
Somehow I pictured the word muff when you said woof.
Teen Wolf. Woof. The two Utes. We're talking about the two Utes, Kane.
What two Utes in question? The two Utes in question?
I put a link in the chat, and I put a link in your private chat. Don't take that the wrong way. And about Barbara Wolf.
We have a private chat?
Like I said, we don't even know what she was doing. With all this DNA talk and IgG talk and, all that business, we don't know why Barbara Wolf was called to testify on some DNA stuff in this matters.
And you're saying she was a witness, an expert witness at the OJ trial, or did you say a juror? What did you say, Pam?
I said panned? Oh, it's panned. Oh, it's a silent D. I understand now. So, Wolf, who currently works as a medical examiner in Florida, was enlisted in the Orenthal J. Simpson case, resulting in the former NFL player getting acquitted in 1995 on charges of murdering his ex-wife Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman. And I'll go ahead and plug Operation GCD Live. Idaho 4 Orenthal J. Simpson case comparison to say that's bullshit. Simpson should have gotten acquitted. The whole case was bullshit, much like this case is bullshit.
So we have 4 literal connections with OJ here. You have Mark Furman. You have
Z Furman. Z Germans.
You have the Gooch, right? Has some OJ connection.
The Gooch, oh, big time. Big Gooch factor.
And then you have this
here.
young lady right here. What was her name again?
That's going to be Barbara C. Wolf. I made up the middle initial, but Barbara Wolf.
So as an expert witness in OJ, okay. So and then
on the defense in the OJ case, you know what I mean? Again, I have to get back to you on the precise nature of her testimonies, but you know, it begs the question is what is her testimony here? But yes, another OJ connection. Please continue.
Same narrative, same team, different city.
You are correct, sir. We're working under the auspices of their narratives, right? So like they can tell us where the fuck they want to tell us as the general public, and years later, we're still, as a general public, putting these pieces together, and I think that's the pieces we're discussing here. Is we're seeing. Are you familiar with the case of the missing payday bars?
I thought you were gonna say herpes.
No, I was gonna. I heard your herpes, and I threw a curveball because I was gonna say Jim Garrison.
Jim Garrison.
I saw your herpes coming, and I doubled down on the paydays.
I couldn't resist on the herpes. I told
I
you
like
all my
it.
jokes are now JJ
Not
Vance
herpes, that
jokes.
is. I like your jokes though.
We could write a JJ Vance joke book. You know, like they have the dad joke books.
I like it. I like it. I have a list. Trust me, my son has heard them all. So
It could be a pop out book. Did you notice that the thumbnail tonight had a flying pop up book in it?
I didn't, but I'm going to go back and look at it here. That's nice. I like it. I like your style, sir.
Let me share with the group here so everybody doesn't have to go to some other page and check out on me. No, don't leave me. Feel free to speak freely or whatever at ease.
Yeah, I just I think what we're pointing out is all these huge, very, very polarizing murders that are described in the media one way, the alleged culprits are railroaded in the court system in a different way, and it's kind of collectively working to, railroad and ass blast these defendants, be it Orenthal J. Simpson or Brian Kohberger. But we're pointing out these similarities and direct connections, in fact, right? So relative to these matters and the OJ matters and the Manson matters, and again, that Gooch factor is very important, but what I'm saying is we're trying to describe things. So like Jim Garrison, right? So you familiar with him?
No, I want to finish our thought on the OJ thing before you go into one of your ex-girlfriend stories.
This is an ex-girlfriend story, but this applies to the OJ thing. So we're describing these details, right? So Jim Garrison, district attorney from New Orleans, the first guy to really investigate the Process Church. Again, this is all process related stuff we're talking here with the cult network and the drug trafficking and the OJ case specifically, and potentially even this case, right? So the Garrison, famously had a big feud with like NBC and stuff. And
I just saw your thumbnail. It's Detective Mowry Report and Dr.
The
Seuss.
Detective Meowry Report. So Jim Garrison finally goes on Johnny Carson, right?
Jim Garrison, okay, yeah. He's the guy from South Park. Mr. Garrison.
No, we can laugh at the Meow Report. I appreciate the laughter. It is what it's designed for, right? It is. This
great.
Meow Report is representative of their case, my perspective of the state's case.
I think they have it down. There's a perfect representation. If you have any more questions, you can contact Operation GCD Podcast, care of Nick at Occult Rejects.
There you go. Actually, he was just going to say, he said he was just going to join us. I don't know where he's at, but
I love torturing him with this case. But halfway through, I was just like, enough.
Right.
He's like he's half interested though. He's more interested than Rockford is.
Well, he picks up on he picks up on these interesting undercurrents of a lot of these circumstances, and specifically to true crime specifically, and I think it speaks to some of these magic shows and stuff. And he's really brought to my attention how the whole hog theory of the process that I call it. I was talking about tonight on Fridays, but what it essentially is a full-scale profiteering effort on all of these incidents and high-profile situations. So what Nick's pointed out is there's an element of true crime that seems to key in to be a component of that is monetizing these incidents and profiting from them, but are part of the same network essentially, right? And
like
one of those
Drunk
aspects
Turkey
he's
Show?
identified. Well, I don't want to throw
JLR
out
or Forensic Frenzy?
Yeah,
I'm just
well, that's a
asking
good-
questions. I don't know. I'm just a simple caveman.
Those are some plausible suggestions, sir. One of the overarching themes seems to be NASA, right? And we have that theme here dancing around these
Yeah,
circumstances.
the NASA thing keeps... Why does NASA keep popping up everywhere?
Especially in true crime, right? They did the Delphi stuff with the videos. Who knows what they're doing here? But a very prominent NASA rocket scientist and former head of DARPA, his daughter is the real estate boss of Lucifer Morningstar and his notary operations.
Wait, what? You just made a gigantic gulch leap. Please repeat on por favor.
Lucifer Morningstar.
JJ down.
His name
JJ
is-
down. Hold on, we lost you for a second. Go ahead. You're back.
So Lucifer Morningstar is a research assistant at Washington State University, but and resides in Pullman. However, he got his PhD there too. He moved from the northern areas of Houston, Texas, where he's from, where he used to live 6 miles down the road from Othram Laboratories. Can't make this shit up. So he moves to Pullman, gets a PhD, and is a research assistant there at Washington State University. However, he's a registered notary public over in Idaho, where he legally changed his name to Lucifer Morningstar. And in that effort, he's also a registered voter in Idaho, despite residing in Pullman. He doesn't vote in Washington. I checked that, but he is registered to vote in Idaho, and he's registered at the real estate his place of registration for his notary and for his voter registration is the residence of a registered corporation of a real estate firm. You know, they do rental properties, but they also seem to also maybe do. Well, it seems to be rental properties, right? So, you know, we saw Lucifer Morningstar's notary on all the surrounding properties of King Road, so he seems to be connected to other real estate business there, because I don't know that this lady's connected to that, but the lady he works for in that operation, where he's registered for notary, where he's registered to vote in Idaho, again, despite not living there, this seems to be a place of business. Well, that's a real estate firm owned by this lady named Tenley Burke. Tenley Burke is a University of Idaho research assistant, and her father is a very prominent, legendary rocket scientist from, you know, Southern California, Los Angeles, Nazi rocket scientist operations, you know, with NASA, etc. And he's also a former deputy director of DARPA.
Garrison guy?
Tenley Burke is Lucifer Morningstar's real estate boss, and again, he uses her real estate firm address for his notary registration and his voter registration in Idaho, where he did vote in recent elections. Again, despite residing in Pullman and working in Washington State.
You're like a walking fucking fact machine, right? But you're introducing new names to us, so let me.
You've never heard of Lucifer Morningstar?
Well, the story started with this Garrison guy. Okay.
Well, yeah, but you sidetracked me on NASA. So you sidetracked me on NASA.
Okay.
And trust me, sir, I will get us back to Garrison through NASA. If you give me 1 second,
where are we now? So give me all the players in the game here.
So when we look at all these NASA things, we're wondering why they. I said Nick's pointed out the true crime stuff now, but I'm saying, like, if we look at it overall on like a strategic outlook, we're going to find NASA in more spots, and I'll take you back to Jim Garrison and the point I was making with what we're identifying here tonight. If you'll just bear with me on my ex-girlfriend tales, please.
You didn't tell me this was going to be a boom. I didn't realize. I should have put that in the title, that we solved the case twice today, and it's a total bombshell drop. Go ahead. No, this is a bombshell, for real.
And anytime we start talking about the Meowery report, we're talking bombshells now. So Lucifer Morningstar, we know Lucifer's associated with the King Road sale property as far as stamping a notary on it, right? So he's also involved in other stuff. So he's registered as a notary for Idaho at the real estate office of a woman named Tenley Burke. Lucifer's also registered to vote in the state of Idaho at that same address, despite residing in Pullman and working in Pullman at Washington State.
I follow.
So it's odd. I'm just saying it's odd that he does that. Now he doesn't vote in Washington, but it is odd that he's registered to vote over there. What I'm saying is it establishes a relationship beyond mere that he's sharing the same address with Tenley Burke, right? The owner of this firm is allowing him obviously to register there. He seems to work there as a notary, I presume. So Tenley Burke is a research assistant at the University of Idaho, right? And this is a side gig apparently with the real estate stuff. Her father was a deputy director for DARPA and a very prominent rocket scientist who's in like the legendary Rocket Scientist Hall of Fame. And her mother literally invented the interwebs. Now, you may be thinking, well, Al Gore did that. And I can assure you he did not. Despite his claims otherwise, he claims he invented the internet. So when he makes that claim is he sat on a board in Congress as a U.S. Senator over in the U.S. The Intelligence Committee overseeing DARPA and their evolution and development of what was known as the ARPANET, which is now we call the interwebs. But Tenley Burke's mother literally invented the code that is we're having this conversation on today. Does that make sense? Kane, you there?
Sorry, I was muted. I was putting together a slideshow real quick.
Is this the Purge?
Are we purging? You're purging, maybe.
So you see the weird DARPA connections there, right? And again, her father's is very prominent NASA rocket scientist. Again, he's like they have like a National Society of whatever science or whatever, and he's in their Hall of Fame. So we go back to Jim Garrison. We were describing all of these details from like Iran-Contra to what I call Idaho-Contra, right?
Yep.
Is that you tracking?
Well, I don't. Yeah. So far, you lost me because we were talking about the Sunny and the Tennille chick, and then she was
so
okay.
Her dad's
So yep. Go on. Just finish out your story. I'm listening.
So yeah, back to the Tenley Burke. Not only is her parents deeply involved in DARPA and the development of the interwebs, her father's also a very prominent rocket engineer, right? So on the software side of the rockets, apparently, though, right? So he's in like the Rocket Engineer Hall of Fame or whatever. So going back to Garrison now and his NASA connections to this, and what my point I was making with, we're identifying all of these factors from Iran-Contra and comparing it to Idaho-Contra and O.J. Simpson and comparing it. A lot of similarities and direct connections. Manson family to Idaho-Contra and a lot of direct connections and similarities. And the reason why we're able to do this is the way Jim Garrison phrased it when he finally was on Johnny Carson talking about the JFK assassination in the case he was trying to prosecute against elements that were connected to the process down in New Orleans. And he was describing to Carson when Carson tried to call him out on a lot of this. He's like, well, you just told me this and you just told me that. And, Jim Garrison describes to him, live on NBC Tonight Show back in 1967. And he says to Carson, he gives him, an analogy of that it's like an old Buddhist analogy of 6 blind Buddhist dudes, monks or whatever, are describing, what they're all holding on to different parts of an elephant. They're all describing different parts, but what they're really describing is an elephant, and they really can't tell that because they're all blind dudes describing whatever they can feel and touch. So what I'm saying here is we are describing these elements in comparisons to these other major parapolitical situations, be it OJ, be it Manson, be it all these things. And the reason why they seem disparate is because we're blind folks holding on to different parts of an elephant, but this is all one big fucking elephant, right?
I like it.
And connection to NASA is something Jim Garrison caught on real early in his investigation. Is all of these folks that started connecting into the assassination plot of JFK that was hatched, and the administrative headquarters of that operation was operated out of his district in New Orleans, where he was a district attorney. Well, he tracked a number of these folks, including Lee Harvey Oswald, being hired by this coffee company, being hired from this coffee company directly to NASA. So it seems like this Riley Coffee Company was a front operation for NASA, according to the investigation of Jim Garrison. So once again, it's 1967 or 2025. We have some weird NASA connections to a lot of very strange criminal events in this country, very large-scale parapolitical ones, when you consider NASA was involved in the editing, I suppose, or revision or enhancements of the Delphi Murderers Bridge Guy video, right, along with Disney. So,
yeah,
you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Like when we're talking about all these, seemingly disparate parts and pieces across time, and a lot of times, involving different areas of the country. But as we pointed out, some direct connections, right? OJ, Manson, et cetera, right? So what I'm saying is we're the blind folks holding on to different parts of the elephant when we're describing those separate pieces. But what we're really looking at here is a big fucking elephant.
It's the same team from town to town, and here's the thing: I would slap your ass and call you Sally.
I'd rather you not.
If it wasn't for NASA has come up on its own prior to any of us having J.J. Vance's on their shows or talking to Nicks or doing occult reject stuff and finding that this is a pop-up in many cases across the country. Am I right or wrong?
No, dude, you're totally right. And it's late, and I've been talking a long time today, so I hope it made sense to folks there.
Which is, I don't think it's shocking to anybody watching right now, but it's odd. It's odd.
Well, yeah, it's definitely odd, and it's indicative of circumstances that are not being described to us. It's evidence that we're being bamboozled.
They're using the best of the best to pull the wool over everybody's teeth, and they're pulling our teats, and they're literally okay. So here's another thing that I would slap your ass and call you. I'd call you Sally again. Is we've seen during the course of this case the same narrative, the same script, the same wording pop up in other cases here. Locally, remember that one local news story I did about the girl who was killed by her boyfriend? If you remember that in Sarasota.
I remember the case of the art teacher that you allegedly did not murder, but what's this case?
Now listen, don't get me indicted.
You indicted yourself, friend, the way you answered that phone call, that detective, and wanted to put it on a live real quick. I'm like, holy shit.
And then
you just jumped to the top of that suspect list.
More importantly, I would love to play back that live to hear what you guys could hear. That's hilarious.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that myself because that was pure comedy, dude. I didn't know all the details going in.
I need to make shorts.
Me the context, I was like, that's great.
I would literally pay somebody to make shorts out of all the 190 videos that I have on the interwebs that are 8 hours
I'd
long.
Watch them all too. That'd be great stuff. I liked your throwback earlier before I joined you this evening. The throwbacks to the recent purges you and I've been doing for the last.
I think that was the first one where you appeared on the show because it had
with the Beavis.
It had the Beavis. And you were on your walk when I stopped? I paused it. Did you see AI, JJ?
No, I did. Yeah, I saw it. Now it's good.
You
stuff.
look.
I like
They threw Scott Green into your DNA on that one.
Yeah, you got. Not only do you have the clips, you got all these thumbnails too from each show, which you obviously put some creative efforts into.
Yeah, that they've progressed as I kind of rekindled my digital, whatever they call it, manipulation fascination. I'm actually better with the stuff on the phone. Like the stuff I can do as far as effects go on the phone is like AI will never even come close. Like I've created my whole own effects things by all these simple little shit that they have in these editing softwares like Photoshop and stuff. But the newer ones. But
all I hear is you have a real problem with cloning things. That's all I hear you saying right now.
I cloned the shit out of you tonight, and you can't deny it. Or that was last night. I'm sorry. Happy Saturday.
I was gonna say, yeah, you went a little while. Maybe it was earlier. I don't know. It was one of these purges, right?
You were ready to quit tonight if I kept cloning you.
I was out of here, dude.
Too many JJs around. I'm telling you get a lot more done that way. But anyway, so yeah, I have a lot of more of these thumbnails. Let's turn this off so people don't get dizzy.
Yeah, so if I may make one other reference regarding some of these kind of just overarching parapolitical aspects impacting this case, like earlier tonight on my Friday show when my guest Austin Wade Picard, no known relations to Jean-Luc, but
I've seen him driving next to me, Mr. Picard, Captain Picard, #1.
No, dude, he does great stuff. In fact, I'll go ahead and plug some of his work because I actually discovered his work when he interviewed one of my friends about the Process Church Dana Dudall over at Rotting Jewels. She does great stuff and all this research, and she and her team. And then again, this is a subject that was long ignored for many years of conspiracy culture. I would argue intentionally, but they do great stuff over there. But I discovered Austin Wade Picard there. He interviewed her.
I would like to have him on panel here. That would be really amazing because I got a real kick out of him.
Sure.
Sure.
I'll certainly try to make that happen for you, sir.
I hate to steal all your guests and your information, but you give it up so easily, JJ. I have to say that it's like taking candy from a baby. But we enjoy ourselves here, don't we?
Oh, of course.
We're having
times
fun.
Here. Great
We're having a
here
good time. We're having fun.
But so Picard there, he was recently on Jake Shields' show a couple times here recently. So that fella's doing big things.
Let's get back to where we were with DARPA, and where did we start? And you were gonna bring us back around to Garrison. Did you complete the circle yet?
Yeah, I was just my point there was, he's kind of the first person to kind of investigate this network we're describing, and even when he's trying to describe his smaller perspective and elements of it that he was trying to describe is specifically relative to the JFK assassination, and specifically relative to the hatching of that plan and coordination of it out of his district if he had jurisdiction of as the district attorney of New Orleans. That point, and the fact that when he's describing that to Carson under that limited perspective, far more limited than what we're trying to describe here tonight in comparison to all these other events, right? The OJs, the Mansons, etc., compared to the Idaho 4, the Iran-Contras, right? He had a much more limited perspective, and he was trying to, when he's describing it to Carson was trying, I'm saying this also as you try to describe this, I've seen in other shows. It's kind of the same environment Garrison found himself in on the Tonight Show.
I
right?
see.
And then, they're picking apart the pieces you say, and Garrison's like, he's like, well, yeah, of course, he's back and forth with Carson, and I highly recommend this interview. It's a great interview. I think
I gotta check that out. Yeah.
But yeah, so he tells Carson, he's like, well, of course, but what I'm just describing, and then he gives the analogy of the blind men and the elephants, but that, Carson's not really accepting of it, but nonetheless, he makes a great point. The audience loved it, but Carson obviously had a different agenda in the conversation. This was at the tail end of a beef Garrison had with NBC, where Garrison sued NBC and forced them to what is now was known for a while, at least, as the Fairness Doctrine. So they basically ran a negative campaign, far less than a negative campaign being run against Kohberger right now in the media. Garrison sued, and NBC said, all right, we'll settle, and we'll give you 30 minutes of primetime NBC airtime to rebut, whatever you want to rebut about this stuff and your JFK investigation, etc. And then after that is when Carson had him on the show. So it was some of a hostile environment, but I suspect when you bring up these points that we discussed in other shows, you probably, from what I've seen, you face a little bit of a hostility yourself. So, it is tough when you're trying to describe these other details and folks don't want to see that big elephant. But
listen, it is there. It's on two levels where the hostility will come out. One, for people just instantly very sensitive and understandably about doing misinformation. And I don't even balk at that one bit. I don't even step back. But then there's the people that just don't believe shit, that aren't necessarily even guilters, that are totally opposed. But
right. It's a sliding scale of hostilities and whatnot you face.
Exactly. Yeah.
Nonetheless, it's blinding folks. That is a factor in folks not understanding the totality of events that are being presented.
So there it is. That was. Let me finish this point before I forget. I apologize. I said I'd smack your ass and call you Sally, but
that's next to cloning. I'm out of here if you do that.
Listen, I'd cut your pepperoni nipples off and I'd put them in a beaker, and I'd get beak. My lab assistant beaker will now cut your pepperoni nipples off. And so but what I would do is say that we've seen it clearly in other big cases, and number one, and we've all been here together through it, is the Louis Mangione case, where we saw the same exact locations, narratives, terms and even names and situations. And like I said, I referenced the one here in St. Petersburg where the guy killed his girlfriend. And then you have, what was another one? Another big, where you see that they're just rewriting the script. Literally.
Yep.
Literally just rewriting the script.
Same playbook, slightly different variations. So Luigi Mangione, he happened to secure the same attorney as this Sam Bankman-Fried and P. Diddy.
Is that why they call him P. Diddy's roommate?
No, that's Sam. Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried and P. Diddy are in the same cell, but they also have the same attorneys, and so does old Mangione. So Mangione's a very interesting character. I've been trying to track his history and past, and he lived in a lot of hostels, so it's kind of tough to track down where
Did he
whereabouts
really?
at times. Yeah, hacker hostels mainly. Yeah, there was a couple of them that were interesting that he stayed in, but what I'm saying is there's not really a concrete footprint of where he was at all times. For all I know, he could have been in Idaho at some point, but I don't fucking have any idea.
Well, Pennsylvania was the connection there.
Well, I mean, again, and he's also on that same note. I've been trying to map out a chronology of events, of timeline of circumstances surrounding the Zizian death cult, the transpocalypse, vegan, Silicon Valley-based rationalist, homicidal, death cult, who went on a multi-state killing spree, and one of those members, a very important member, worked with Sam Bankman-Fried at a firm in Wall Street where Bankman-Fried lost that firm's largest loss in one day. I believe it was $300 million. This Zizian was there, and again, so where that crosses over with Mangione is very curious to me because Mangione was involved in AI software development, same as a number of these Zizians, including the Zith Lord himself, Jack Lasota, who was an intern at NASA. So I'm curious to know their whereabouts and chronologies, where they cross over on some things, because the Princess of Darkness there brought to my attention that Kaylee Gonzalez's Range Rover came out from the same area which the Zith Lord would later be found after he faked his death twice. The first death he faked was courtesy of a Process Church, deeply politically connected Process Church attorney out of Los Angeles, and he was later found in a hotel room in Maryland for a murder out of Pennsylvania. But it seems that Kaylee Gonzalez's Range Rover comes from that same region. So again, there's a lot of weird kind of almost potentially could be things that cause me to question a lot of things around Mangione as well, and relative to these Zith folks are murking folks in numerous states. Like, where are they in November 2022? Because at that point in time, the Zith Lord himself was presumed dead, courtesy of that process attorney.
Okay,
did I break you?
No, I mean, you have a great way of blowing my mind, and I have to chew on a lot of the stuff.
While you chew on that, I'm going to chew on a payday brought to us by our fine sponsors that aren't official sponsors of Chocolate Payday.
Yet.
Yeah, we'll keep trying to get. We'll keep sponsoring ourselves.
I hadn't seen
maybe
this.
One day.
I hadn't seen this picture that's on the screen right now. I don't know if you can see it over there. This has got to be one of my favorite. I don't know. I put pajamas. I even put black pajamas in the prompt, so to speak. The thing you can read what I put. Actually, if I move JJ's big head here, sorry, JJ. Not that it's a big head.
Yikes! It's a weeble wobble.
It's got its own. It's a virtual planetoid. It's got its own orbit. If you guys want to read the thing there, it's there. Yeah, this has got, but it kept going with the fairy kind of look like it kept putting Kohberger in dresses. You'll notice that a lot of the thing, like it went on this whole tangent about, hold on, let me get back to it here. Everything's pink. It's like he's Liberace Burger. And then it has one where he's got it. They got away from the baby, even though that was the very first line. And then when they had the baby, it just kept getting, like, I would just have to say, no offense, gayer and gayer. How's that payday tasting, bro?
Oh, it's delicious.
Can you eat it on camera? I mean, I hate to take you off camera.
No.
Here's another pop-up book. You'll see this one in a second here. And then, so it was supposed to be a shiny knife sheath. And
Yep,
for
and you
some
got a
reason,
shiny
they,
jacket.
they had a glowing. And so it got into this whole Koberger is a singer. And Heather Fitzgerald wanted me to put. I'm sorry. Lucy Morningstar wanted me to put the Baba in the baby's mouth. So it got like the first set. It did that. Look, this one, I want
Yeah,
this
you kind of got to toy around with the prompts at times. It does get a little wacky, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it builds on itself, like you're generating new ones, but for some reason it picks up where it left off. So you kind of like you have to.
I've
just
noticed that.
blank
I
the
save
thing
what I
out,
do
probably.
to get work around that is I save it, I close my browser, open it back up, and it seems to reset it.
This is. Let me read the prompt to you, and I explained to the chat what a prompt was earlier. The frog attorney flies in a superhero power suit, slamming a magical pop-up picture book. And so this one you see right now has the flying pop-up picture book, but it forgot to put the superhero. So I think it's all about where you put the comma or the period or dash or whatever. It likes dashes. The prompts like dashes for some reason.
Yeah, it doesn't like proper English, does it? It doesn't like it when you put periods and commas and semicolons.
Only in certain ways. Like when you look at what they come up with yourself, you start to get the idea of the language for it. But I think that there's like a little helmet, a pink helmet in the back over the Muppets on this one. That might be our superhero there.
There's definitely a learning curve with how to communicate with the draw images the way you want to, right?
Now this is the one that made me think. I don't know. It won't show it full screen. Here we go. This one is the one that, because I think I typed Lost Boys into the description here. And so this one made me think of doing a Koberger. I hate to give it away because somebody's going to steal it. But the Star Wars theme. Like, this has been the storybook. I like to do my videos, as you notice, in threes. You know, and I'll like I did a Ferris Bueller. I did Spielberg movie.
He does look like a young, like almost like a Han Solo or Luke Skywalker.
Well,
there
in this one, I thought he was more like a Kiefer Sutherland kind of Lost Boys kind of look, right?
Oh, maybe I'm behind the times here on YouTube. I'm seeing the scene where it looks like the end of Star Wars at the ceremony.
With Kermit the Frog over his shoulder?
I can't believe that's Darth Kermit.
Yeah, and so they just gave you the idea of or doing something like you could do West Side Story or what was the James Dean movie? Legend Without a Cause. Born Without a Cause. Anyway, so that was that, and I just paused on that for that.
Schindler's List Without a Cause, I believe it was the name of that movie you're looking for.
That was a real coming of age movie, and also a lot of time travel in that movie. That's what I like about it.
It's a heartwarming tale.
I really enjoy time travel sci-fi movies. And the weirder and more independent that they are, they're the more entertaining to me. That where you have like the college professor in Spain, he's got some weird young girlfriend. And he's like, "Oh hey, come and check out my Hadron Collider over here, Roka. Let me get it spinning for you. Just step in through that door." And then she's like with him as a child, and then she falls in love with him because he's this cool child. You know, like weird shit like that.
I'm gonna put you to the test there, sir. Have you seen the film Frequently Asked Questions About Time Travel?
Say again?
It's called FAQ About Time Travel. Frequently Asked Questions About Time Travel.
Oh, I've heard of that one. No, I haven't seen that. I'd like to see that.
Brilliant movie. I mean, as far as films that have it's all takes place in a pub, but it's these three British fellows. They're all friends. They all drink in this pub and they go through these weird time travel loop things. And it's as strange as it is, they can all take place in like one pub in like one room. It's quite hilarious and pretty brilliantly written. Actually, it's the fat fella from the Simon Pegg films, right? What's his little fat sidekick?
The like in Shaun of the Dead kind of guy. That mean?
Yeah, I think that's the fat guy in there.
Yeah, that's.
I think that's the fat guy.
You're not talking. That's not a fat joke, is it? You're not calling me fat.
Well, I mean, he's beefy. He's beefy.
No. Yeah. Go on.
I think that's the guy. And it's the dude.
I remember
don't
that
know.
movie. It was a pretty big movie, actually, like kind of big.
That Irish fellow Chris O'Dowd's the star of it, and he's got two buddies. One of them, they look recognizable. It might be a different fat British dude, than the other fellow, but Chris O'Dowd's a recognizable face.
Yeah,
he
was in
the IT crowd.
Yeah, and he was also he's in a ton of movies now. Like I think he's even in Mission Impossible. That kind of stuff.
No shit, he's in the new Mission Impossible. I haven't seen the last one.
I'm not sure. I know that.
I do enjoy watching Tom Cruise play a tall person who knows how to fight, so I will be watching this.
The mission. Apparently, this is the best Mission Impossible yet. As a
I'll
matter
be
of
the judge
fact.
of that.
And well, we'll see. The reviews are out and they're good. And you know,
no, I do like those series. Those are usually pretty good. As crazy as that man is, he makes a fine film. Have you ever seen the movie The Fall Guy?
Fall Guy. Wasn't that a TV show with Lee Majors?
It was, and they loosely based it off of that because Lee Majors makes an appearance at the end of the film. Spoiler alert! But it was Ryan Gosling and that one British lady, Emily Blunt. So,
oh, hot.
He's in this iteration of it. He is the stuntman for a Tom Cruise-like character, and it's definitely based on Tom Cruise, 100% from the lookalike to it. And he's even got the Paula Wagner, co-producer lady, nut job lady character too. So I'm convinced after watching this film. So spoiler alert: they framed Gosling for a murder, right? The Tom Cruise character committed, the guy he's a stunt guy for, right? And and it kind of revolves around that. But I'm convinced after watching that film, I'm convinced that Paula Wagner and Tom Cruise have murked folks on numerous continents, and may or may not have actually put the whole case on the stunt guy. That may not be true, but I'm saying these, it's, after watching that film, this makes a lot of sense to me. They probably do murder folks like that. Tom Cruise and his production partner.
Are you quite done, sir?
These are my weird ex-girlfriend tales here. Yes, I am done.
How are you feeling? Are you still holding up? Are you still purging?
I got about 15 minutes left in me.
15. Okay, I was hoping for 10, but I got 15. So awesome. That's great. Thanks for being here.
I can do a hot 1-5.
I'll keep the troops going here for another half hour at least. You step off whenever you're ready. If you see a picture and you want me to stop, I will, because there's tons of them. This one's great.
I'm watching along.
He's in a discotheque in this one. And I told you these were all in response to Heather Fitz. Let me show you the picture that she's. You're gonna get a kick out of this. I'm sorry we didn't have Jenn tonight, guys. She has
I thought
bad
she was
weather.
in the chat earlier. What happened?
She has bad weather, and I even tried to call her phone, and her phone wasn't connected. I almost doxed her phone number. This is AIJJ. Where'd it go? Hold on. There it is. This is AIJJ. Let me see if it'll focus. Right there. We were watching that while you were on your walk.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure. I don't know if somebody pointed it out to you or not. But anyway. And then
I was watching.
Okay. Let me see here. I don't know how the parachute people got in there. Hold on. And then it's not too far up. Let's see.
Yeah, it looks like I was gonna say it reminded me of Max Headroom when I saw it the first time. You know what I'm talking about?
That was the greatest scandal ever portrayed. Who do you think did
it
that?
Was,
Max
wasn't it,
Headroom
dude?
thing?
Wasn't that fucking wild that they never solved that?
It had to be somebody within the TV studio. This is Daniel as a woman. If nobody saw my thumbnail and noticed it the other day.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those incidents where, like, shit got so out of control. It probably starts a prank and shit got so out of control of a reaction. They're like, we can't admit to this,
I don't know, man. It might have been something else. It was really creepy. It might have just been an ad for Max Headroom. You know what I mean? A failing
guerrilla
series.
marketing, yeah, right.
That would be brilliant. But it was a weird fake Max Headroom. It wasn't Max Headroom. Like, if you're going to do a Max Headroom takeover and you're the Max Headroom people, you do the real Max Headroom. So, I think there was something to that. The guy was, do you remember the guy the YouTube guy, the old guy that published that video of him laughing on the anniversary of the girl's death that they thought he'd killed. Do you remember that guy?
No. What guy?
Oh my god, dude! What? We might have to keep you. It would probably take me more than 50. Hopefully, Heather knows what the fuck I'm talking about. And okay, so yeah, this guy was a suspect in that killing. Well, don't tell anybody. Allegedly. And
now I'm talking about in the Clearwater Police Department. You're a suspect.
that's gonna tag me in this video now. There's another pop-up book right there. There's another pop-up book. They never show the pop-ups except for in that one that I showed you earlier. See, they have Twiz maps and they have a rat in this one. I don't know how they threw the rat in, but they're smart. Let's see here. That's one of my favorites right here. I just didn't know if it would fly a baby holding a knife. I don't think you're allowed to show knives or half boobs in your thumbnails because obviously they don't let me use it. It's adult content. So I don't know why it keeps doing these half loads. There we go. That was one of my favorite. What were we talking about, bro? Not Schindler's List.
I don't know where you were going with that, to be quite honest with you. I was responding to a comment in the chat about Maura Murray.
Who? The guy who laughed at the okay, I'm gonna do my damn.
Yeah, the laughing fella.
The laughing
fella.
Is that what he's called? The laughing fella?
No, you were telling me about some laughing fella.
Okay, hold on. Watch this. Damn it. I did that. I just did that. Okay. Hold on. Let me copy this so in case I have to type it into Google, which I'm sure I'm going to have to. Let's see if we can get lucky on YouTube. YouTube's dumb as far as search goes. Also, I put 3 P's in creepy guy. Hang in there if you're new to the Purge. Do something. Okay, let's see. What did this do? Search one more time again. No, where's that guy, man? Alright, I'll YouTube it. They ended up... Anyway, hold on. I'm not going to dox it. I want to get the whole thing. I can't believe you, of all people, though, have not heard of this guy. Or seen this video before. And even if I get copyrighted, it's worth playing it. To show it to you. Or just give you the link and you can watch it, I guess, probably better.
Yeah, I mean, your description of it doesn't ring a bell at all. I mean, I may be familiar with it, but it doesn't sound familiar.
It's one of the. It was like one of the original disturbing.
Oh, the OGs. The OGs.
It was the OG. Let me see. I'll recognize the guy. He's so weird. Oh man, they don't. Okay, I have a bad description of it. It was a huge.
What year did this take place?
It might have been like around either 2006 or 2012.
Wow, that's a gap, dude. But that's in the Wayback Machine. You're accessing the Wayback Machine in my brain hole here with these questions. What do you know? So, Laughing Man video. Well, DuckDuckGo. Laughing Man video. Give me another description.
Here's what I put: creepy guy. Oh, I put
creepy guy
again. That posted video of himself laughing on anniversary of girl's death.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see if...
Is it sound like 112 Dirtbag? Is that something?
112 Dirtbag. That's it, dude. 112 Dirtbag.
I've never heard of this, but I was able to successfully use the Googles.
Holy shit.
And locate this. And courtesy of my Robert the Doll haunted Chucky version Muppet guy here, he's helping you out. He's our producer of the
Wait,
show.
what is it? 112 Dirtbag? Like 112?
I got a link here for you, sir. Stand by. I just put it in the back room and on the front rooms.
Hold on, I have a search thing too. There he is. That's 112 Dirtbag. I don't know if I can play this video or not. I can't probably, but.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and mute and turn off my camera. I'd like to sleep tonight, based on whatever you're saying about this guy being creepy. I don't want him to haunt my dreams. I already got to deal with a haunted doll curse here, bud. I got a haunted Muppet on my hands here. Now I got to listen to 112 creepy guy.
Yeah, are you worried about?
Let's do this.
Are you worried about possession by osmosis through the internet?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm just being ridiculous.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, he posted this video of himself, and he's creepily laughing. I guess it's just an image or something.
So was he connected to the murder? I guess that's the part I'm lost on.
Somehow, yeah. You don't have the time, and I don't have the patience. Honestly, no, I'm just kidding. No, you don't have the time to. It was like one of these things where they weren't sure. I think it was a murder. We'll do it on the next Purge. Get yourself some sleep. I'll keep the troops.
Yeah, I gotta go, dude. I gotta go hydrate. I got this Chucky doll chasing after me here. That's what you know. You know, Robert, the curse of Robert the Doll. Robert the Doll is allegedly the character basis for Chucky.
It's not easy. Now all of a sudden my audio's acting weird. Hold on, my audio just acted up.
I bet I'm gonna blame 112 creepy guy there for all of these
Dude,
problems.
as soon as we talked about 112 creepy guy, my audio went weird. Hang on, hold please, don't leave yet. Okay, wait. Yep, it went down.
I'm right here. Is this the Purge?
Wow, my audio. Oh, now I'm really loud.
Your audio's purging, bro.
My audio purged itself. Wow. Sorry about that, guys. This creepy laughing guy, now you know about it, and wait till you hear the story. You're gonna love it.
Did you say 112 or 1122?
Well, I said 112 because you know all these numerology.
Did you say Pam or Panned?
It was ketchup and onions. I smell the ketchup and onions.
Right, but how weird is that? This guy ended up being 11. I'm just saying, it's just one of those weird things. 112 instead of 1122.
Yeah, and then also I think the Amityville Horror House had some type of 11 or the dates and all this weird shit.
This Amityville Horror House you speak of. Do you have their address, location, and hours, please?
It's in Amityville, New York, 1122 Boogie Woogie Avenue. That's what we used to say. That was a point I made.
What's your hooker review on the Yelp? What's your Yelp review on this hooker house? What are we talking here?
Hooker house. You need sleep.
You said Amityville Horror House, dude. I want some details.
I'm putting you to bed, young man. That's it. I'm not putting up with your shit tonight.
Great purging. It's great purging. I appreciate the invite as always, sir, and I look forward to the next purge.
Always a pleasure, my friend. Get some rest. I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir.
Always a pleasure. JJ Vance from Operation GCD. My mic has decided to go cuckoo nuts. Hold on. Let me see if I can remedy this by kicking JJ out. Not really. Okay, I'm going to kick him out, though. Just to see, because, yeah, my mic has a mind of its own tonight again. Remember how we were having problems? Oh, I'll bet you it was that update. It made everything go wackadoo now. The way they like it for me to be. They don't ever want me to be happy and content around. Okay, everything's fine. I was tripping. This happens once in a while. It happens to every guy that your mic goes down. And, okay. As long as I can get in the red a little bit. Leave page, yes. Okay, we got rid of that. Where were we on this? So, yeah, I'm going to have to watch this Purge again to disseminate all the stuff that JJ was saying about the movies and food. And then also, where we keep hearing these, it's almost like you guys with the news reports where you see them and they play 50 different channels and they're all saying the same thing. I played that on the show before. You know what I'm talking about. And it's the same thing with these narratives that it's because of, and I wonder if they don't do it as like almost like signing something, you know what I mean, like a serial killer kind of thing, where they use these same terms, maybe just so they can each of them identify each other, whatever, I don't know. But when you start to see this stuff turn up over and over again, and then when you have a wacky case, and I think one of the bottom lines is that you're going to have, this is the singing ones right here, where like it's like he's trying to impress his dad, and then here he's vacuuming. I don't know what he was, it's like he's blowing smoke for the kid to sing, though. The AI just wanted to turn this into some type of Grand Ole Opry act between him, and I can't help think Kohlberger looks a little like Nicolas Cage here. And then this one I wanted to do a Pixar one. So if you go, you see the name of the page here. I'm getting pretty run down too. 112 Ocean Avenue. Thank you. I've driven by that house. All the houses. There's many houses in that neighborhood, exactly like the 112 Amityville house. It was the floor plan. It was the model set or whatever for that neighborhood, which is creepy. But people wanted large homes that you could fit a lot into a little space, and so they're just these straight barn house kind of houses for the most part over there. But it's weird that does come up. I remember that from the beginning. Let me see, I guess that's all of them. So, I love Kohlberger's face. I think that what he's talking about, I can't see it any other way now, as far as like these smiley face guys, the Austin people. I think it's all connected, and they're networking through social media somehow. And you have the long haul truckers. That may just be rando. I don't know. If somebody is getting away with it and they have some kind of maybe it's one guy, or I think they were saying it's a series of guys, because the FBI has literally made it like one of their biggest priorities is the long haul trucker, where they find these lot lizards and they're just tossed into the woods. Which, I mean, if somebody's doing that right, you could kind of picture like in a movie-esque kind of situation where that's just the result of, and whatever, and maybe one guy's just getting away with it. But apparently, we're going to do something on it, on the long haul truckers and the Austin. But I can't unsee the process church thing that he's brought into this whole bigger picture now, whereas this is what they do. And if you have involvement at that high a level of government, DARPA and NSA and NASA and whatever's government controlled, they're just, and I think it reached its pinnacle in 2022 with this case where they were just so, their bravado is so strong, and they're so confident in being able to just do whatever the fuck they want. This was another one of my favorite. Yep, I got cans and cans of it lined up, JJ, and lots of those 99-cent a pack hamburger buns, and no mayonnaise. I can't really make rules. This is one of my favorite, though. I like that. This one, I don't know what he was trying to do with. This is the pop-up book coming into play again here. So, but yeah, I'm starting to really. I don't know. Well, time will tell, right? But when you have so much power being displayed here, being able to push this bullshit lie, and you have different powerful forces, and I think everyone in power, in maybe not all law enforcement, but most of law enforcement and three-letter agencies know exactly from the second it happened what was going on, what happened, and they are all scrambling, and now the chain is gonna break, and we're gonna see finally the just like with the Diddy, all of a sudden people just start coming out of the woodwork, and people just that didn't say shit before, but when he talks about Iran-Contra, is you see these same, like, okay, so if I was in my 5th grade math class and the teacher asked me, Kaney, what's 5 plus 5? I didn't realize that I could say I don't recall, or like politicians, they get away with the craziest shit, like I'm not answering questions right now. So I didn't realize in 5th grade that I could tell the teacher that I didn't want to answer the question 5 plus 5 because I'm not taking questions today. You can go on to the next guy. I'm not taking questions, but you see that same thing here in this case. And I mean, you do see it over and over and over and over, but here it's so visible, and we've seen it over and over clearly so many times. But here's the thing you have to think. We are looking at this case in a revolving carousel. Constantly, it's like for the original cinema projector, it's spinning around in a circle, and we just keep saying the same yap, it comes around. And it's like, for people that watch CNN and get the once a year update on Brian Koberger case, it's just the normal story, what they expect to hear. So let's look at some more pictures here. This I don't know. I thought he was riding a bull. I think he's riding a bull. I'm pretty sure he's got a mechanical bull, and he's riding the mechanical bull. I don't write these things, folks. Can't write this thing. This one's pretty good. I did put for the windows to be shaped because it asks it. I just would, to keep it in the AI frame, I would just substitute adjectives and nouns and stuff like that. So I put window. It said windows shaped like, and then I said vacuum cleaners. I took out whatever was originally there. I don't know if it's still in this. If it's in this one. Oh, it said shaped like alphabet blocks. I put vacuum cleaners after, but this one has Legos for the windows. If you're interested, if you're still interested. And then that was the other thing. I wanted to show the picture that I couldn't find it. Maybe she emailed it to me. Let me double check. I would have liked to seen Daniel's face when he saw, because that's one of my favorite ever face switches that I've done. I've done a lot of face switches, right? Is it too bright, I wonder? Because to me, I'll put the IEs on. Hold on. Where's that thing? It goes on by itself all the time. Why can't... Why, oh, why can't I... I gotta put that, there it is. Okay, eye shield, there. Let me see if that helps. I would like to see Daniel's face when he saw himself with tits. Damn it, it's blown out. I don't know why. I apologize. You've seen the thumb. I could pull up the thumbnail, I guess. Anyway, so, here's the... I guess it won't give me any good to show you this picture now. It's got to be here somewhere. Oh, here it is. This is 12 gauges thumbnail, I believe, or a picture on his show that spurned my thing, because they have if you see on the corner there, it's Ann Taylor as Miss Piggy, and then you have Masseth as a Muppet, and then you have what the hell was that? And then you have Ernie from Ernie and Bert, and then Koberger's in a baby chair. So that's basically where all these came from, was just to kind of holler back at, what's his name, 12 Gauge. I thought it was funny. I think imitation is the highest form of flattery, right? But anyway, I keep trying, but as soon as you get a decent opinion, an informed opinion, I know that 12 is in the game, but he sings along with the narrative like so many others that we see that. And, like, a lot of people have been saying they haven't seen Jeff H. much. He was in the chat the other day. He's probably watching right now. But, I either think that it's, they feel that the case is sealed. That's what that guy, T-Rev, I watched his show. I guess, allegedly, he just got out of rehab or DUI school or something, and now he's back. And it was the funniest thing. He was going off about how guilty Koberger was, as if he'd already been convicted, of course. And it's so funny. These people that are just completely. And the funny thing is, he's been in it since the beginning. And of course, he had the whole alleged hoax with the thing or whatever. With the Dave guy or whatever, and then I don't know if that was the end of him there. Whatever happened to Midnight Radio? Does anybody remember Midnight Radio? I liked that guy, and then he got sick, and I don't remember him coming back. This is a funny one. This one was good too. I don't know what that's supposed to be. He's like some Roman cover. Look at Hitler in the back. I like Kermit as Hitler. The one that I have tonight, I wanted to talk about. It's up here. Which one is it? That one's one of my... Well, not that one. This one I don't get. I don't get many of these. This one... This one, he's like Count Dracula or something. He's like Phantom of the Opera with Kermit the baby frog. Hold on. Yeah, here's the pop-up book again, though. Look at just the pages are popped up on the cover of the book. And Kermit's like, "Come on, man, what are you doing over there?" Look at Kermit. He's a little chubby Kermit. It's like Kermit cousin. This one, the baby's in a coffin, for God's sake. This one I liked a lot. I'm gonna take that out. Look at how regal Kermit looks there. Where's the one from tonight? I don't know what's going on here. They cloned Koberger there. Now Koberger's got the Baba. Koberger's got the Binky right here. Oh my God, I didn't even see that one. I guess maybe that's my windows shaped like vacuum cleaners right there. What is the book he's holding up? It looks like Law for Dummies or Plumbing for Dummies. Here they were in chains, and he's got a Baba. I don't know. It's a story. I put a fairy tale or something, or a storyboard. What was the thing? So that's why you keep getting these wild Technicolor Dreamcoat things here coming up. So many of them. I was like, what is this, Liberace burger? It looks like he's sipping coffee out of his... Okay, so yeah, this is the one. And Hitler, literally, without my prompting, made him look like Hitler right there, right? So that's why I liked it. And then you also for the pop-up book for JJ right there. Alright, let's check news. Let's see if we got anything other than 112 guys. That's weird. I knew I'd heard that number before somewhere. That's pretty good. Alright, let's see. News. Did I hit the wrong one? That's the funny thing about, I couldn't find the story from tonight when I was doing deliveries. Let's see if it does turn up, because the news people take the weekend off. Well, that's when all the fucking news happens. Let's go to Largo, Florida. Let's see what's happening around here. Florida woman arrested for attacking elderly man wearing MAGA. There it is, right there. I gotta read this story. This is in Largo. Okay. Let's read the full article. I don't know where you have to click. Into 2 pages. Let me click over here. I like how they have a MAGA hat. In case you didn't know what a MAGA hat was, there it is, guys. Jeez Louise. There's the lady. A 33-year-old Florida woman, Laura Elizabeth Garret, Garret discovered, was arrested on Tuesday after a series of violent incidents at Northeast Park and Paw Place in Largo. I don't know where that is. According to court documents in the Largo Police Department. The altercation began around 5:30 when Garret confronted a 72-year-old man who was wearing a Make America Great Again hat. I have to read this small print here now. The defendant and the 17-year-old victim were at the park when a verbal argument broke out between them regarding the victim wearing a MAGA hat. During the altercation, the defendant struck the victim on the back of the head-shoulder area with a can she was holding. She then jumped over a fence and began walking away. The incident was witnessed by an independent witness who later provided a sworn statement. Post Miranda writes, the defendant admitted to approaching the victim and questioning why he would support Trump. She also admitted to pouring the contents of her can on the victim but denied hitting him with it. A verbal argument escalated and Garret allegedly struck the MAGA man on the back of his head and shoulder area, targeting him due to his support. According to the arrest affidavit, okay. She resisted arrest. They attempted to detain her, dropped her to the ground, wrapped her legs around him, and caused him to fall, bruising his knee. She continued to kick and pull away, resulting in her being restrained with a hobble by 4 officers. What's a hobble? The incident led to a charge of battery on law enforcement. This is the actual police report, you guys. This is from 4 days ago. This is a picture of the actual police report in a violent crime. I'm just saying, kids go to bed. And the Garret name. Nothing's redacted. Except for like her phone number up here. Or her name. Or whatever it is, it's redacted. 4 days later. How many days has it been? 7, close to 1,000 days? And we can't see a seatbelt ticket getting written? Yep, I said it. Possible drowning and second medical emergency on Treasure Island Beach. Okay. Man fatally stabbed outside a St. Pete's sushi restaurant. This is why I don't deliver in St. Pete. This is like every day over there. I'm not playing Channel 8 though. Somebody was unalived Friday evening. Rest in peace. The St. Pete Police Department said just before 6 p.m. They responded to a stabbing at Ahi Sushi on First Avenue, right there downtown. Wow, I wonder what that... I guess we're not going to find the incident from tonight, which was my goal in this whole thing. Let's see. Is this Largo or Moscow? Excuse me, don't you make me tired. Stop doing that. Florida City sued over excessive fines and constitutional violations. Nice. Somebody's standing up. Florida property owner is fighting back after City of Largo seized and sold his small multi-unit property over ballooning code enforcement fees. Okay, got it. Oh, here's Heather's favorite, Grady Judd. He's got a new color shirt on today. He's not green anymore. He's gone blue. Must have got a promotion. Multiple lanes to be blocked. Oh yeah, there was a bomb hoax at Tampa Airport today, I guess, in Tampa somewhere. Somebody stole a baby alligator. That's good. This live has already got so many copyright things anyway. Might as well just play it. Florida man told witnesses he was going to shoot up St. Pete Middle. That's nice. A water spout near the Skyway Bridge, WFLA. Not watching. Portion of First Avenue closed for stabbing. Tampa Roller Derby celebrates 20 years. Those girls have been at it hard. Just like the movies. Oldsmar man gets 75 years in prison for heinous CSAM offenses. Child stuff. No good. Tampa lawyer survives heart attack. Great white shark spotted off Florida's Gulf Coast. There's been a lot of reports of that. Let's see what else we got today in Largo. Never again. Clearwater woman struck during 2024 urges people to take danger seriously. Take that danger seriously. Take luck. If you find any luck, take luck. You too. Enjoy your dinner. You too. To the waitress. Crap. Alright. Sun midfielder Tom Rock to retire. Uh-oh. Too little, too late. I've told you about the Florida condo situation. Over there. Around, nobody can sell their condos because the homeowner fees have skyrocketed into the thousands of dollars a month. And these people, they were $100 when they bought them on a fixed income. And nobody wants to buy them. Who wants to live there? I've been bit by a shark at Clearwater Beach before, so yeah. It's up to you. It's safe. You're fine. Just don't step on the things that killed Stevie Irwin, Manta Ray. You got to do the Stingray Shuffle. So I guess the kids are out of school pretty soon here, huh? The end of the month is here. So June Bride, right? Spring Festival. That looks weird. It just looks... I mean, that just looks weird. I don't know why. Let's see if they offer any other details on it. You know. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's an arts and craft. Meg P has arts and... I like these stained glass lamps. These are so cool. I want to get a guitar one. High school teacher Brooke Anderson arrested for having relations with her students in the classroom. Florida high school teacher Brooke Anderson. Wow. Is this in Largo? I remember that. I thought I heard this story. Arrested and charged for some shady stuff with a student in the classroom. It said students, didn't it? Oh, with her student. No, this is a good one though. I mean, you never expect something like that to happen. It's wild, right? Let's see what happened. 3 counts of unlawful with a minor. She's a science teacher at Riverview and is accused of starting the relationship in September last year, the minor told investigators. The relationship began with explicit text messages and escalated in the weeks leading up to her arrest. So hot or not, guys? Hot or not? No. I mean, maybe a little makeup or something. Maybe she just likes to go natural. The most recent was inside Anderson's classroom, where the pair allegedly did it before the start of the school day, according to investigators. Oh! Is this the one where we listened to the audio? Or we saw the video of her getting arrested and she begged for her husband to come down with her? Is this the one? They arrested her and they pulled up on... No, that chick was hot. This chick is definitely not. So, yeah, it's just a common thing here in the... But here's the thing. Say what you want about Florida, and just remember, nobody retires to Ohio. Except for J.J. Vance. Or nobody says they're going to retire and move up north. I'm just picking on Ohio. Because JJ's from there. And he's sus. JJ is definitely sus after all this information he gave us. I have to agree now, Heather. Memorial Day is happening in Florida. First of its kind barge. Places this week. Alright, let's check Moscow, Idaho. On the radar here. Moscow, Idaho. Moscow, Idaho. Moscow, Idaho. Moscow, Idaho. Oh, that was right. That was one of the stories I must have skipped. Maybe I didn't. I probably breezed over it. But they are opening a Home Depot in Moscow, you guys. The Moscow community gathered in large numbers to celebrate the grand opening of a new Home Depot store with estimated 200 people attending the event. And they don't want you to watch their ads. After a year of construction, Home Depot is now open for business in a unique twist to a traditional ribbon-cutting ceremony. Home Depot executives marked the occasion by cutting a board. Major Art Bedge and Lewiston Representative Lori McCann were among those in attendance. Wow, that's a big deal for Moscow. It will employ 140 people. Maybe some of the people will be whistleblowers because they can finally get out of the town and gown conflict. Bridge work has the highway closed. Moscow Police Department activity. Oh, we can look at that. Brian Koberger seeks to delay trial. Ooh, they put it right in the headline. He seeks to... You think he wants to be in that damn jail another fucking minute? If anybody's ever been arrested and it takes 2 hours to book you, and then it takes 3 or 4 hours for them to receive the bond, and then it takes 6 hours for them to bond you out and get you released. Even if it's just for something stupid. Like in Sarge's case, robbing a bank. No, but he never got arrested for it. True story. Okay. Brian Koberger seeks to delay the trial because he just wants to sit in there forever, citing the leaks. Yep, that's how they worded it. Do we need to read more? The defense filed an unholy motion. Lewiston, man charged with rape after assault of underage worker. He's such a winner. This is twice this article's come up. We saw it last Purge. There he is again, though. It's quite a fella. This picture doesn't have his... Who was the guy who had the one raised eyebrow? Was that him? This is more of a demure pic of him. They must have used... They must have used glamour shots. Maybe that's part of the NASA team and DARPA's glamour shots. I wouldn't be surprised. I used to work at glamour shots. It is weird. I worked there. I did. Allegedly, I did work there, and I got fired for allegedly. No, I won't tell you what. No, I didn't work there. Man guilty of trafficking in federal case. It's such a long story. I'll be here all fucking. I can't even talk anymore. It's so funny though. Okay, Tony, stop making me laugh. California Highway Patrol cites trucker for worn blown tire. Second life sentence for a cold case. Alright. Holy shit. I'm still going this late? Wow. Well, let's look at the... Because those are always entertaining, right? The, anytime you scroll past it, it somehow mysteriously disappears. Look, you're watching this. This is not Mandela effect. This is real talk. I'm on Moscow, Idaho stuff. We're at the top. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. My bad. See, psych. I mean, where is this? There it is. Let's see. For May 21st. See what happened on May 21st. Burglary. Intrusion alarm on West Pullman Road. No report taken. Oh, you guys know... Do you guys know the thing, the app? I'll show it to you right here. Hold on. So check this out. I used to always listen to this thing. And it's called Police Scanner, right? And then it shows you, it's basically tapped in. You can listen to the first responder, whatever, 911 calls. Not 911 calls, but the radio chatter from the cops. And so I used to use it. See, like, you can hear their radio stuff. Hold on. Now it's opening all kinds of other shit. It's got diabetes. Here, let's play Cleveland. Let me see if I can play Cleveland. Here's Cleveland. So I'll just let it play in the background while I talk. I can't get Clearwater, Florida anymore. So I think they somehow blocked my freedom of information, and also for Moscow, Idaho, are both blocked. And I'll show you. Wait, are we playing? Are we going? What's going on here? Yeah, where are we going? And you can record it on this app and everything. It's called Police Scanner or something. So here's Cleveland Police. Not a whole lot of activity right now. We'll see if anything pops up. Where was I? Okay. This is disposition CLO, abandoned vehicle at the Denmark Quilt Company. This vehicle was left in the parking lot. VIN number. This is a long report for one car. Disorderly conduct at Wendy's on Pullman Road. Twiz, was that you? A female yelling at employees and refusing to leave.
Ontario. 2 units arriving west 174th. Can you go to the address one more time?
4592 West 174th, appointment 162.
731 Brigade for info. We just drove by West 83rd. You can clear it with the final arrival. 74 West Road.
Beautiful, thank you. 350. 354.
You can send us that one on West 47, 72 radio, Adam.
I know some of these police codes, some of them. Like,
Thank you.
Code 4 means everything's good.
Inside the unit or outside? Adam 342 available.
They said he was inside. Adam 34, you're looking for a robust?
Yes, ma'am.
Sam 33, are you able to help Adam 34?
Agreed. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have a good DV arrest over here. No, I don't think we have either car working overnight tonight. Do you want me to call you on the info, or are we just gonna do today?
Happy.
All paperwork signed off on? Yeah, she's filled out all the paperwork. Yeah, just call me real quick on my cell. Copy. One carrier. Do you have a call back?
I do have a call back. When I called, she didn't answer. I could try to call again, but I can too.
Copy. What time is come in?
This call came in at 2 a.m., but CPD couldn't handle it, and I only had 1 minute for it. But yeah, I called when they first said it to me.
Jenny, where are you?
Go ahead, sir.
How many calls did Miss Bree make to us for service? 46 radio.
Go ahead, sir.
Show me complete. There was no water leaking at the time. No damage to 1528. I don't know where we're running. Copy.
Copy. I number is 11369 11369. 3 times plus the 1 right now, so 4 total.
And 32 to radio. Are we looking for lunch back at 1?
358, you're good.
I can't believe it's this late, you guys. Holy shit. I meant to say hi earlier, Miss Q. I'm sorry. Welcome in, welcome in.
Why you put us back in service? 358.
Oh. I was like, what? Oh, that's the end of it. That's all.
Thank you for your one right here. You want to send us one of those staff reports? Actually, just give us the 1 and 2 zone. Copy, Ron. what can I call back?
Unconscious person was normal 2.5 years ago.
Adam 35 radio.
Go ahead.
Jimmy available 2 minutes, you can send our way. Adam 35 radio.
That's a negative.
Adam 34.
I copy, show's complete.
Reading it up, Barney 36. Can you go to 635?
Yes, ma'am, we have 1 male on board. We're in Rockford County.
Copy.
36.
Banana juice.
4 o'clock.
Girl, I number is 11368, 11368.
Yeah, 35 to 36. It looks like we are males possibly still in the building or around the area. I don't know if you guys were getting info, but it's possibly outside. Steve 38 radio. Showing back and forth working on this report.
Have.
Is this the assault in 1 zone? Correct.
Adam 31, are you able to do this suburban pickup in South Houston?
96.3 Adams radio. They went to a roll boss. How do we look for overtime in connection with this run? Holding 5 reports and evidence.
Go ahead.
You're good.
Could you create me a parking lot detail, Cat, please? Alright, perfect. You're gonna head over South Euclid, 1349 South Green Road. They have Nafaria Bishop. She's wanted on a Cleveland warrant. It's a 37903.
Could you ask them if she's intoxicated or she doesn't need medical attention, right?
Yep. Not in fact, no medical issues.
Okay.
401. Cat is 8072.
Thank you.
You're welcome, 401.
Go
ahead.
Put it out of service. We're going to be going down lot 2. Lot 6. I had to get the ticket out of the vehicle.
Copy, 402.
It's
Yeah. Hold on. I know what to do here. Now where'd it go? Shit. Gotta be this one.
Right inside, Robot.
Focus to Rosario. Go ahead. Yep. You can come back inside if you want to get discharged. I'm away.
We had a car crash into a school at Harvey Rice. Call came in for a vehicle that crashed into a school. Power lines are down. Vehicle is on fire. Pole is in the middle of the street. I also got another call. It was a hang-up for a male bleeding. Estimated location. People running away from the vehicle.
I copy that. We notified fire, obviously.
Obviously.
Okay, do we have anybody to send? I have a 51 ready. I'm probably really full inspector too.
like all the cars are still tied up.
You should be good for it, man. Try it. 404. 74 radio.
Go ahead.
Alright, as soon as somebody opens up, we'll get them out there. 37, same traffic.
Copy.
Same traffic. Hey, Nick 31 and I was looking at this young lady's backyard and she was in the house. Did you call her and see if she'll come back out?
Copy.
Disregard, she's up back out.
Okie dokie.
It's Ann Emerson here. Wait till you hear about the stories that our team.
Damn it. Oh well. Just in case. Hold on. Sorry. Damn it, Doug, where are you?
Charlie 31 radio.
Go ahead.
We go for lunch back at 3, followed by PPO paperwork and all that.
You're good for it. 406, enjoy.
What happened?
352 radio and a road boss.
Go ahead.
Can we get permission for no law connection with this assault?
Okay, I'm tripping. Where did Doug go?
Radio 0 West.
74.
RE36 is requesting a no lunch connection with their assault.
At Criminally Obsessed. Megan has been digging into a Virginia zoo with 2 missing baby giraffes and it's giving Tiger King vibes. I've got the latest on one of the most anticipated trials of the year. But first, Eric is going to fill us in on an alleged Amish sex murder. Let's get to it.
A disturbing, unusual murder case out of Ohio's Amish country.
A young Amish man, Samuel Hochstetler, is accused of murder. And it appears the only other witness at the scene was a goat. Eric, I can guess you have a lot of reasons, but why are you obsessed with this story?
And just look at the mugshot. I saw that mugshot and I immediately needed to know more. The distressed hat, the bowl cut, the wide look in his eyes. I was like, what could this man possibly be arrested for? And then to find out it was murder, like I needed to go deeper. An 18-year-old Amish dude arrested and charged for murder, the murder of a 28-year-old Amish.
So it's always guilt by eyes. It's always guilt by eyes. Here it is again. Look at this guy's eyes. Look at him. Look at his haircut. He's got to be a killer.
Amish woman, and then the only witness is a goat. Apparently, like I needed to know. I need to dig deeper. This story's insane. It's.
Well, do we have the same thing in Idaho? We have 2 goats though. That eyebrows.
Wow, I've never seen something like this.
So, Eric, take us through this case. What have we learned about these murder charges?
No report done, so I'll be clearing off in a second. Copy that.
Let me make sure this Doug thing. Here, we can't hear it, so I'll just slow it down to half speed. It might be weird, but that way it'll be 6 minutes. Okay, right there. So it'll be nice.
She's being very difficult. We did search her backyard. She yelled at us for doing that. Insulted us, but we got thick skin. I asked her if she needed anything else. She kept telling us bye. She don't need us, and we're worthless. So, thank you, ma'am.
31
Murphy, yes.
for anything.
Good point, Twiz. Good point.
We checked the backyard. When she asked us to go back there, she went back there. And then she told us to leave.
No shit, bro.
I believe you, Morris.
against Samuel Hochstetler?
Well, this whole thing is it's kind of a journey. So you have to start from the beginning, where Mose Troyer, who is a member of the Amish community in Meigs County, happened to notice that Rosanna Kinzinger had been missing throughout the day. He decides to go check on her by the end of the day and realizes that she's been in her house dead for at least 24 hours. He calls the police. We actually have the 911 call where you can hear it.
Hold on, we got shots fired in Cleveland. Hold on.
3-6. I think Robert 3-1's tied down for the night. Give me a minute. We'll take it.
Copy, thank you.
Over here, whenever.
Go ahead.
Almost lost it right there.
Yeah, we should be able to find that detailed cab we were using earlier.
Yeah, I think it was 7710, but I'll double check. Yeah, 7710. Bring in Adam for you. I need you guys for a code 1.
Copy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Send it.
It said shots fired. I don't know. I guess that's just commonplace in Cleveland.
3A is going to be a code 1.
Code 1.
Data for 116 and Shaker Boulevard. You had a call for a vehicle crash into a school. Power lines down, cars on fire, pole in the middle of the street. Also received a 911 hang up for male bleeding. No one given the location estimated.
Going through the radio.
On callback, it just rang busy. EMS was advised. I did call fire just to reconfirm. They got ladder 41 in. Go ahead.
We are here for UH. Show us en route to county with one female on board. Starting miles 433.
Engine 41 in ladder 10. I did also advise them about the power line being down, so they should be notifying someone. Also notify real time. The vehicle was traveling at a high rate of speed northbound on 116, lost control. 412. And they did confirm one vehicle MBA into a pole, wires down.
Copy all that. 3-2. We're going to head over there as well. Adam 3-5 radio.
Just another day in Moscow.
Can you look and see if we have any previous assaults?
Shots fired, cars on fire, car run into a school. This is in 15 minutes, you guys. Hold on, I'm gonna pause this because I wanna watch this video. In 15 minutes, we had a school, we had a car on fire, shots fired, and that's Cleveland. There you go. Nobody retires. Nobody wants to retire and move up north.
The one that's dead is Rosanna Kinzinger. She's just found in a bed like that, so we don't know. She's dead. She seems to be already stripped, so I think she's been dead early this morning or last night, and we didn't find it out.
You can tell, like, I mean, first of all, like, it's probably a lot for an Amish person to, like, realize that something terrible has happened, that he needs to involve the outsiders, right? Like, I can only imagine what's running through his head when one of his own is dead. Now, of course, like, they take her to get her preliminary autopsy done, and things kind of come up as inconclusive, but for the most part, they ended up deciding that there was something suspicious about her death. Months go by. There's no real word of what's happening. And then in May, they charged Samuel Hochstetler, who apparently, when he was arrested and the police talked to him, he ended up confessing, this is per their own words, that he confessed to having sex with Rosanna the night she died, and then wrapping a blanket around her head while they were having sex. And when he finished, he flipped her over and she was dead.
So why 2 months? Why would it take 2 months for them to get Samuel Hochstetler? It doesn't sound like he was holding back.
No, but I think it's just the way that the Amish work. They're a very private community, and they kind of settle things on their own. Per the police words, like their investigation, they said that they had to get really secret tips. They needed to hear rumors. They had to really interview a bunch of people. Like, they weren't getting a full-on answer of like the relationship between Rosanna and Samuel. Hell, to this day, we still don't even know how long they've been together, if this was like a one-night thing, or like how long they've even been friends.
Maybe they were on Rumspringa. They were just getting wild. She said, "Put the blanket over my head. I love it." Hold on, let's put this back. This is great.
How long they've known each other. So they had to really dig this information out and take their time with it to really start connecting the dots on what happened.
What sticks out to you, Megan, about this?
Well, first of all, the goat. Like you said the only witness to this was a goat. So I would like to get into that in a little bit, because I think it's really strange that say she accidentally died suffocated because she had a blanket over her head during sex.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't he call 911 immediately when he realized she was dead? Like, is the neighbor having to find her and call 911 that's immediately red flag? No.
To me, this seems like more of a, and I'm honestly shocked that they're going with murder, because it sounds more like a manslaughter case where it was just an accident.
Right, you've got a great point. There's no sex crimes that are associated with this. They've only given one indictment on murder charge, right? So they're saying that there's a purposeful murder here, but they're not putting any indication of what happened around it. There's no assault charges next to it, is what I'm trying to say.
The only thing I can think of, if they're thinking that cold-blooded murder, is that maybe while in the midst of having sex with Rosanna, and this is just a theory, he felt the guilt, because premarital sex is not a no-go in the Amish community. It is a sin. Now, you can repent and you can be forgiven if you do these actions. The only time you're shunned from your community if you are repeatedly doing this thing. But I almost wonder if Samuel had a moment of severe guilt. Maybe he was blaming Rosanna for seducing him, and in the midst of having sex with her, he strangled her, whether it was on purpose or by accident. But that could also be a possibility. And the interesting thing about this whole thing being connected to the Amish community is that we're hearing from Rosanna's dad, and he's out here saying that he actually forgives Samuel for his actions. They have fully said we want him to repent for the things that he did, but at the same time we forgive him. They are a very forgiving community when it comes to horrible things like this.
I'm just not buying it. I don't know, you guys. I don't know why I'm so skeptical. Oh, end of the day, it's accidental. You guys, he's forgiven. It's whatever. And I'm no, all of my red flags are raised right now. I'm this is super fishy. I still am coming back to the fact that he didn't call 911 himself when she was dead.
Why was the community out in force? The Amish community, that was a stunning picture that we saw.
I think it's a story of two things. I think they're there to support the Kinzinger family, because obviously they have to be there for their daughter's murder, but also I think they're also there to support Hochstetler in a way. Yes, he is on trial for.
I think they're reaching a little bit with the first degree charge. What kind of town? What is going on in Ohio now? Let me rewind this picture. I want to watch this. This is great.
For murder, but because they are a forgiving community, they're there to support him through this process, from what it seems like.
Well, I mean, Megan, we didn't
Press
get
never understands support. They don't get it.
All right, you guys really want to know. Here's my thing.
Just tell me what. Yeah,
they are farmers. They said that she had a pet goat. I think she just had a pet goat that lived with her. Everybody's like, oh, did they have sex with the goat? I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's what we're dealing with here.
How do we know that the goat was in the room? Did he say that? Is that confirmed?
Mose
Was that the
said that
police
when he
report?
walked in, Mose said that when he walked in and he found her body, the goat was inside as well. He said that the goat was in the
Okay.
house. I don't. It's not. He wasn't.
Okay.
I don't think Sam said
Goat was in the house?
it was me and the goat that did it. Like I don't
You
think that's.
can't beg. You can't blame us for asking the question, though.
I
right?
know. I
mean,
know. It's,
right?
I get it.
But
It's
I
really
do want to know
bad.
Here,
seriously.
the goat is the only witness. I have to know what that means, you know?
That's fair. That's fair.
Take me to justice on this case. Like, what does justice look like for the community?
The goats, they're going to put the ghost on stand via Zoom.
I think. I mean, as far as justice goes, I think their form of justice is repenting. I think they really just want Samuel to repent for what he did. Whether that's a full confession in front of them and just said like, "Yep, it was me. I did it. I'm sorry. I hope God forgives me." I think that's what they want. I think the county itself wants to put him in jail forever, how long. But I think that's the best way of justice for them. And I don't know if it will lead to a shunning. If he gets like a lighter sentence and he gets out years from now. I don't know if he'll be shunned from this community or if they'll welcome him back. That's up to that community to see if they want to do it.
Be sure to tell us what you think. Leave it in the comments, and we're gonna keep on discussing this case. But we're gonna move on from this alleged murder to an animal mystery.
2 baby giraffes from the Natural Bridge Zoo are missing.
That's right. 2 baby giraffes missing from the Natural Bridge Zoo in rural Virginia. Megan, why are you obsessed with this story?
And it's like the first time I heard about this story, I was like, how can 2 babies
off to school, the last thing you're thinking is that there's going to be a mass murder.
So, Anne, absolutely tragic case. Tell us more about this documentary, and also tell me why you're obsessed with this case.
It's like a primer, you guys, of this unbelievably horrific story out of Moscow, Idaho. The 4 college students that were brutally murdered in their house. We're now facing a trial of the alleged murderer, Brian Koberger. It really, as a parent, I can't help but be obsessed with this case. I've got a kid who is just finished her first year of college, so I know what it feels like to send your kid off to school and think that everything is going to be okay. And just as soon as I heard about this case, I knew I was going to have to follow every single thing.
Yeah, I love that's the angle that you take throughout the documentary. Like, you really lay into the fact that you're like, I have kids like around their age, and like this could happen. It's sadly one of those things, like, you don't want to say this could happen to anybody, but this could happen to anybody, but you just don't think it ever will, because this is just an out of pocket, like, horrible situation. Like, why would this happen to anybody? And for me, like, I didn't know much about this case because this was back in 2022, so like I wasn't really like in the true crime space like I am now. So I love like the little details that we got threaded. I mean, that 911 call is absolutely gut punching.
Oh no, what's wrong? She's not waking up.
And I didn't even realize there were 2 other people in the house at the time that it happened.
There were 2 more roommates, and the fact that they were actually...
How have you even heard of this case and you didn't realize that there was 2 roommates left alive? I mean, give me a break. Okay, you're a clown. Sorry, play.
Had to kind of go through this unnervingly scary night where they didn't know what had happened in the house. I mean, you know, Megan, you're probably the closest in age, you know, obviously you are to this kind of circumstance. Just trying to understand how they were texting each other and stuff. When you were listening to that in the documentary, it's really scary, isn't it?
It is so scary. I know all about this case because this happened the fall after I graduated from college. It was like very fresh. It very much felt like this could have been me. This could have been my friends. I mean, I feel like everyone is so trusting in their college town. Like, I know a lot of people leave their front doors even like unlocked because that's just what you do. College feels like that safe space where you could do that sort of thing. As much as I knew about this case, I still learned like a lot from this documentary. I thought it was really good compiling everything. And that was actually my first time, because I've read transcripts. It was my first time listening to that 911 call, and it just like absolutely broke my heart.
Yeah, it's chilling. It's chilling. And, you know, I think that what is fantastic, this really puts you there as this was going on. And I think this is going to be, right, I think it's going to be incredibly helpful as we get to the trial. They have this suspect, Brian Koberger. He's been charged with the murder. He's facing the death.
These people literally have galoshes over their eyes. Like, I mean, literally, look at this. What the fuck? Is she part of the mystery machine at Scooby Doo? Is that Velma? Oh man, we never make any progress. It's I don't know. I don't even know anymore. What else is there? Where were we? I can't. The song sounds kind of good. Slow down. I don't know how much you can hear it. I think I rewrote your song there, Mr. Doug. If you're awake. He's probably got to do PT in the morning. Caregiving the Future Aging Population, a radio special on caregiving. Hope International dominates Cumberland. Okay. I like it half speed. Grant, another Grant. Pulling fire. Invited on list. My ACC. See what they do. Cool students earn WSU President's Honor Roll. Alright, that's all the Moscow news. Let's check Cleveland. So goes Cleveland. So goes the world. Here we go, Cleveland. I guess they didn't know how to spell it. Is it Cleveland? Cleveland? Is there an A in there? Am I spelling it wrong? Okay, I'm trying to choose a location here, guys. Ohio, I just put Ohio. I probably can't spell right now. It's the lid. It's pretty get you. Ohio City. Let's see if we can get Cleveland in there. Cleveland. Is kick boy kick Cleveland. It doesn't come up. It's not a city. It's not a real city. It's not a real thing. Damn. There's no news for Cleveland. These are our choices here for Ohio. Maybe we can get something on the lake effect. Here, Ohio, New York, Ohio, New England. Ohio City, Ohio. What's the zip code there, I wonder, if you put the zip code, sometimes it works. Let me try that. Steal one right off the top here. Let's see. Yeah, we know what a zip code is. Fuckheads. List of Cleveland, Ohio. We gotta go to this. Okay, really? Let's see. That's a P.O. box. What the fuck? Alright, 39035. Like the 90210. 39025. Alright. Let's try that. With no result. I'm laughing my ass off. They keep the news. Maybe Gary, Indiana, has news. Or, oh, that's Indiana. Well, I guess the closest we can get is Ohio City, so we'll try that. Ohio City, Ohio. Is that the biggest? 16-year-old draws an 8-year prison sentence. Will these people ever learn? Barely 16 years of age, will be the youngest inmate at the Ohio Reformatory. She looks like she's happy about going there. It's her eyes and her hair. According to her attorney, will be the youngest inmate at Marysville. Sterling was sentenced 8 years for first-degree felony count of aggravated robbery. And a firearm and all that What does this say? 15 years for Portland, man. Wow, the first four, or the first three, are terrible sentences for horrible people. There's no feel good stories coming out of Ohio today. 10 years, fatal hit and run. That's 4. I gotta get some water. I gotta go to drive down to the thing and get water now. My voice. 60 years in deadly stabbing in 2022. Wow. That was 5 in a row. I mean, come on. That's probably 6. We'll count it as 5, though. Motion for another man facing murder charges. Here we go. To put a Memorial Day parade. There's a happy story. Alright, we like to finish. Lima, Ohio. Is that a big city? Oh man, that Amish story. I really should have quit while I was ahead with the goat story. They're gonna have him testify via Zoom. That's great. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Alright guys, I'm going to bed. I love you guys. Thank you for watching, everybody. Say, guys, watch my commercial and hit the like button. Don't forget, and leave a comment if you can. Hi, Legend Billy. I know. I've gone crazy. Good night, Mary and Johnny and Miss Q, Lucy Morningstar. Too fast for fleas. You look pretty even with your mask on. Who else did I miss? Tweezlesteak. Trish. I made you pee.